What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, October 24th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we are one day away from kickoff. Texas at Mississippi State. We've got the latest injury news for the game. We've got the latest sound from Steve Sarkisian, and the Buck and I will give our thoughts on the Longhorns' final game of this hellacious month of October. Plus, the World Series starts tonight. Game 1, Dodgers in Toronto to take on the Blue Jays. We'll preview the series. We will give our picks as well. We will dive into this wild NBA gambling probe. We'll preview all of the college football and NFL action for the upcoming weekend, including huge games for the Dallas Cowboys and Houston Texans, some fun with AI, and a couple of other funny stories to dive into as well. We are locked, we are loaded, and we are ready to roll on a Friday morning. We appreciate y'all starting your days off with us. Happy Friday, my man. How are you today?
Happy Friday to you, and rain tonight, folks. You're going to get it. We need it. We'll get it tonight. Oh, probably 9:30, 10, 11 o'clock tonight, we'll start getting some real rain coming in this joint. And then some places up to 2 inches. So be careful if you're out there. Turn around. Don't drown.
And you know about 2 inches.
Absolutely. 2.5. Don't leave the hook out.
Sorry about that.
So, yeah, I mean, we need it, and hopefully it'll get here after everybody's done, except for if you got a wedding plans, you'll be coming back. It'll be that late night stint where all this rain is coming. So be careful out there.
Yeah, I've got a rehearsal dinner tonight and then a wedding tomorrow.
Oh, rehearsal dinner should be okay. It's just what time you leave. If you're one of those hang around guys that the dinner's over with, but you're going to hang for another hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes. Me, I've already kissed everybody goodbye by the time the dinner is served. I'm almost out the door.
Dude, they call me Aaron Hernandez because of how much I hang.
Oh, you're there for hours on end. You're the last one to leave. You're the final hurrah.
It's bad, dude. I always say I'm the Jewish mother of my family, like the stereotype.
So are you kissing mom and dad goodnight? Hey, I'll see you tomorrow at the wedding.
Oh, I've never met the parents of either the bride or the groom in this one, but I'm sure I'll be chopping it up with them tonight.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'll be one of the last people to leave. That's usually how it works for me at these things. It's a problem. I'm willing to admit that I have a problem.
You like to hang. That's all right. That's good, man. That's communicating with the people. Me, I don't like the people. I'm gone.
You're an Irish goodbyer at weddings, man.
Yes,
it's impressive.
sure.
Like, you just show up. Do you leave before the meal, or do you at least get the free dinner before you roll?
It all depends. I like to say hello to the parents of whoever and whatever. I want them to see me, so they know that they've wasted a plate or whatever, because I'll be gone before that plate is done.
Okay, so before dinner.
Yeah, just kind of before dinner. I'm kind of gone.
What'd you do for Zay's wedding? I know you attended that.
I was there for the ceremony.
Okay.
I hadn't met Zay's mom, so I waited. Everybody was in the line. I saw her in the line. I saw her, and then I went to the bathroom, and the guy goes, it's the fastest way out is over here. This guy pointed me out so that they won't see you come through the main deal, go out the door. He said, here, this door is open over here. Like, nice.
Oh, you got some help from the people, huh?
Oh yeah, you got to find the exit that you can slide out of, because some of the main exits, everybody sees you go out that door and they know you're not coming back.
Yeah, acting like you're going to your car to get something. And then,
I left a gift in there. I'll be right back.
And then all of a sudden it's zooming out of the parking lot.
You hear the screeching of the wheels out the door. I do the ceremony. I go to the ceremony.
Okay.
That you have to do. There were times where I used to just show up at the dinner and talk about how a beautiful ceremony. Oh, the ceremony was beautiful.
No, show up for the party. Show up for the open bar and the free dinner.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
When you're on 25 years of no drinking, I used to be the life of the party back in the day, but now I'm just a guy sitting in the corner.
Yeah, you're just the old guy.
Yeah. Wife wants to dance 50 times, Are
you a dancer at these things?
I'm not like I used to be. No. Yeah. Like I said, When I was drinking, I was the life of the party. I'm the dancer. I'm throwing out all the moves. Now it's like to the wife, like, "Hey, is it time to go yet?" She said, "We just got here."
She hadn't even walked down the aisle yet. What are we doing?
She goes, "I'm not like you. I want to say hello to these people." I'm like, "Okay." I said, "I
Oh,
know those people. I'll see them. Hey, by the way, I'll see them sometime this week later."
yeah, we're good. All right. That's funny.
Have
Yeah,
a,
I almost feel bad, because it hasn't rained around here in 2 months, 3 months.
it's like July 4th, that
Right.
crazy weekend.
So, like, I almost feel bad for the couple that rain is coming down on their wedding weekend,
What's that telling the couple?
but it is football season. So, I don't know if I feel that bad?
Yeah, what you tell the couple is the rain means this is good omen for your life. Plant that seed.
Is that what I'm supposed to say?
Yeah, tell that to the dude. Plant that seed.
I'll just get up there, go Kanye West to Taylor Swift at the
Yes.
VMA, pull
Yes.
somebody out of the way, grab the mic and say, "It's raining out." Means it's time to plant your seed.
Yes. Oh, please tell me how that goes.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
man.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
won't be invited to any weddings for a while, and I may be single after after
that'd
tonight
be an
too.
awful lot of fun. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do. And please, to you and your families, be safe out there. And for you people today, I'll be making you some money because I got some great picks, and you won't have to rely on Chauncey Billups and the rest of those greedy pigs for trying to get you some extra cash. I'll get it to you the right way.
Oh, man. Yeah, I forgot to ask you for your Thursday night football pick last night.
All right, I
Apologies.
got it with my cousin. I'm good.
There you go. Yeah, blowout. The LA Chargers dominating Carson Wentz and the Minnesota Vikings, who can't get JJ McCarthy back fast enough.
No, I won't. I won't take the Vikings till he comes back.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's getting closer to coming back. And it looked like Carson Wentz got banged up last night late in the game.
Double
So
elbows.
nice win for the Chargers. They took care of business. That game got ugly in
And they
a
were bored, and they're boring too. So I was wondering about how that was going to look because they haven't, since they started out fast, now they haven't lit it on fire. But they ran the ball with a nice young running back who is taking the place of two other dudes that are hurt. So he looked good, and quarterback looked good. That was a good display by the Chargers.
Yeah, that was dominance right there. Herbert was great. Kamani Vidal, the running back that you're talking about, he was good. I think the only blemish for the Chargers is Dicker the kicker missed a kick, which sound the alarms. He's like the most accurate kicker in NFL history. He was 3 of 4 last night, so he did a pretty good job. But it is rare to see him miss one. He did miss one, but yeah, 37-10, the final on Thursday Night Football. If you missed it, you didn't miss much. But obviously, the biggest story in the world of sports is what you just referenced, Buck, this FBI, NBA gambling probe that, expands well beyond the NBA, but we're talking about it because a few big-name basketball figures are involved. Yesterday, the FBI held a press conference around a massive sports gambling bust, and 3 current or former NBA players were arrested, including Chauncey Billups, who's the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, obviously a Hall of Fame player as well. Terry Rozier was arrested, Miami Heat player, been around the game for a long time, and then former NBA player and coach and Galveston's own Damon Jones, the third.
Just
Basketball.
excessive greed. That's just silly. You're a
Yeah.
guy that makes more money than 99.9% of the world, and here's what you do. You go there, and somebody's going to be sleeping with the fishes too.
You would think, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Because the mafia is involved.
Somebody open up their mouth somewhere, and somebody's going to find out who it was, and it is going to be brutal for families, individuals, for quite a while here.
I feel like we're just scratching the surface too, right? I mean, I think more big names could be coming in the not too distant future. And yeah, if you missed it, this involves an illegal gambling and sports rigging operation that spanned multiple years across 11 states. In total, Buck, 30 individuals have been arrested so far. 13 are members of the mafia.
Yeah.
So they're involved in this, and charges include illegal gambling, wire fraud, and extortion. There's 2 separate indictments. The first one involves prop bets being placed on insider information involving the NBA, And the second indictment involves rigging illegal poker games. And yeah, again, I mean,
How
for
about
Terry,
those? You're sitting at a poker table, you don't have a chance. Your cards are down, face down, and there's a machine under there counting your cards and telling, wired up to others saying, here's the best hand in the deck. I mean, it is like that's they went through a lot of loopholes to get to being able to do that and making millions. And if somebody screwed that up, somebody's going to pay dearly for that for the mob.
oh man, yeah, we're talking about rigged shuffling machines. We're talking about hidden cameras. We're talking about glasses to read
Oh yeah,
through cards, like X-ray
yeah.
glasses with special
James
cards.
James Bond kind of see at the casino kind of stuff going
Here to
on.
tell you right now, even if you're in Vegas, but especially if you're playing at somebody's house or
Oh,
you're involved in some random poker game that you got invited to, if anyone's wearing glasses or if anybody has an ear pod or AirPod in, you ask if you could borrow the glasses and take a look for a second. And if they say no, then you say, I ain't playing.
yeah. I mean, these guys are getting their other buddies to show up at this and just taking millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hey, that's taking money from your buddies, all right. That'll get you killed because you said something to somebody, and man, and I'm going to tell you, they're going to find out.
Oh yeah, that is taking some money from your buddies and taking money from some others too.
Yeah.
And that's conning people right there. So this has been
Boy,
a long investigation. The FBI has been at this for 4 years. And again, it's all accusations at this point, but obviously there's some pretty strong evidence out there against Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, and I'm sure a number of other folks too.
I mean, how much money have these guys made? I mean, how much money do they need? I know people say greed is greed, but my goodness, if you got I mean, you've been Chauncey Billups is a Hall of Fame. I mean, has he been a general manager and a manager?
I don't think he's been a GM, but he is, a head coach. He's like a current head coach of Portland.
Wow.
So yeah, spent a ton of time as a player, obviously a part of the 2004 Pistons championship team. And
Was well respected, but my God.
Yeah. And now he's been a coach for the Blazers since 2021. So, kind of got right into coaching right after his playing career came to an end. And like you said, one of the most well-respected basketball minds in this generation of the NBA. And now this. And, I wonder, because he and Terry Rozier have both made more than $100 million in their basketball career.
Yeah, that seems to be enough. That seems to be enough not of a nice life that you've worked hard to get to not even take a chance. Not even, hey, if you want to go to Vegas, fine. If you want to go to the horse track, fine. If you got a little cousin that's got a little something on the side, fine. But to get involved in this kind of deal, that's kind of nuts.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. And I wonder, obviously people like money and the rich want to get richer, and these guys aren't alone.
And some of the fools want to get deader.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I wonder if this is like when you're a professional athlete, your whole life you've beaten the odds. People have told you can't do something, you've beaten the odds, you've gambled and you've won. I wonder if that's just a part of it. There's just some qualities of being a professional athlete that can be linked to being a degenerate, addicted gambler.
Yeah, I think we all everybody takes chances, but that's one of those ones, BK, once you get in, it's hard to get out. It's hard to say, I'm done.
Right. Especially when the mom's involved, right?
I know you're going to tell Joe Colombo or the Baggini family that I want to come out of here. And you know what they say to you? Not this month, you're not.
Yeah. What they say to you, all right. And then all of a sudden you're in the back of someone's car.
Oh, yeah. Hey, we need to get this. We need a couple million bucks. We need you to bring in such and such. And you say, I told you I was out of it. And they go, no. So I do know where your daughter goes to school. I mean, all that kind of shit comes. That's not a game, man. That's why I told you that whole deal with me and that kid back in the day. That wasn't a joke to me. My player, when the people around me were worried, they weren't like kidding. There was nobody hanging around. They knew.
Yeah.
That's not a joke. Those people don't play.
No. And, Jonte Porter, another NBAer who was, I think, arrested a few months ago, involved for his involvement in rigging games and illegal gambling. I mean, a report in this indictment says that He had gambling debts, so that's how he got tied into this. He owed people some money, and they're like,
Oh,
here's how you're going to pay it back. You're going to get involved with us. So maybe that was the case for Chauncey Billups. Maybe that was the case for Terry Rozier. It's like they were just doing some other gambling, and
in
they
other
got
words,
into
they're
a
not
tough
all winners
spot.
like me. They're not all winners when it comes to picking, huh?
Right. Yeah, not everybody is a winner like you. And
Sorry,
obviously,
guys.
the prop bet thing is what's crazy. And boy, the timing of this could not be worse for the NBA. The NBA just started its season 2 days ago. This
Yeah,
was
I know.
clearly planned by the FBI. Like they did this on Thursday for a reason. Like the NBA literally just kicked off its season. The interest in basketball right now is sky high. And boom, here comes the FBI. They've been investigating this for 4 years. I'm sure they could have released these results a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. But instead, how can we get the most attention on this? Oh, yeah, let's drop it the week the NBA returns. Well done. Tough look for Adam Silver. And
Absolutely.
these prop bets are insane. I mean, guys, one of the
Talking
stories
about when they're coming out of games, here's when he's going to come out of a game.
right. Well, you can't bet on that, but you can bet on a guy's, under points, under rebounds, under assists, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, one of the details of this indictment, Terry Rozier told defendants that he was going to leave a game early with an injury. So a bunch of people placed more than $200,000 on all of his unders that night. And he left early. He didn't play the rest of the game. They hit the unders. Boom, there's your money. So it's stuff like that, which obviously is not a great look for the NBA because that's people fixing games.
Wow.
It probably happens way more than we think.
Good.
Yeah, player props.
You still think Shohei, on my Dodgers, the American Shohei has done something. No, that was his guy. That was his interpreter. It wasn't him.
Oh,
Shohei's
sure.
a good guy.
Yeah, Shohei. Look, if LeBron was involved with this, LeBron would all of a sudden have an interpreter.
Yeah, of course he would.
Speak English. That's what would happen. They'd protect him because he's the face of the league. They're protecting Shohei.
I'm going to say he's a little bit smart. I mean, that guy has $1 billion. It's not like a couple million. I think he's pretty satisfied that he doesn't have to do that.
Hey, what's interesting? LeBron did not play in the Lakers opener against the Warriors the other night. Mm-hmm. And that wasn't well known. It wasn't like, for weeks we've known LeBron was going to miss the start of the year. It was
that was the first time he's ever missed an opener, I believe.
A little fishy. What's going on, LeBron? You got something to say? Spill it out, King. Oh man,
I'm going to think there's at least one smart person that if they're worth $1 billion doesn't need $1.6 billion. They're going to be just fine.
Well, you can bet you could bet and make more money without doing that, right?
Yeah.
I think you could bet in California. If not, you just go over to Vegas and then boom, you get all the casinos and all the sports betting you want right there.
Now, if you told me that Jordan was involved, that'd be different.
Of course he's involved.
Of course, somehow, some way.
Somehow, some way he's doing some betting. You know that. It's Jordan. That's why he's now covering the NBA for NBC because he owes the people some money. He's got to get it back somehow. How can I do that? I'll just talk about basketball and get paid a few mil. That's what it is. Amazing. Wild story out of the NBA. We've got some exclusive sound here, Buck. This is never before heard sound. And of course, the TSU crack staff is at it again. We have been able to catch up with Chauncey Billups just a day after he was arrested for his involvement in this gambling scheme. Here's Chauncey Billups giving about a minute of his thoughts on everything that's happening with him right now.
I'm going to be first team all Rikers Island. Use promo code Gilbert Arenas is a snitch for $100 in bonus bets on NoLimitBet.ag. I don't know if dudes in prison know how to run a high-low, but we about to find out. I'm going to win so many cigarettes and fruit roll-ups betting on my prison games. People always wondered why I kept playing Scoot Henderson. It's because he gave me the best chance to hit my parlays. I really wish I had a Chinese translator to blame this on right now. Me no speak the English. I don't even know how you say parlay. The reason I bet on games is because I'm a winner, and coaching the Blazers was cramping my style. Truth is, we only traded Dame Lillard because the Queen of Hearts popped on the river. I've been betting the under on Blazers win totals for years. I'm extremely wealthy now, so I can afford to resurrect Johnny Cochran's corpse to defend me.
Wow, you're going to need it.
How about that? Well, taking a shot at Shohei Ohtani there, and also saying he only traded Dame Lillard because the Queen of Hearts showed up on the river.
That is awful, man.
He lost a bet, so he had to lose Dame. And, he's going to resurrect Johnny Cochran with all the money he's made.
Dude, and there's from those people, you can't hide in prison. You're better off out of prison.
Yeah.
You got no safe place.
No, you got no safe place. And you heard Chauncey mention Gilbert Arenas at the start of that. Gilbert Arenas was arrested earlier this year for his involvement in illegal gambling ring. And apparently Gilbert Arenas posted some video on social media yesterday, bragging about other people getting caught. And to your point, I'm thinking,
snitch.
Gilbert Arenas, watch out.
Yeah.
That guy could be sleeping with the fishies here before long.
Nah. Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Careful how you start your Tesla.
Careful how you start your Tesla. Yeah.
Man.
Can you blow up a Tesla? I'm sure you could blow up a Tesla the way you could blow up a regular car, right?
Yeah, some of those battery cars, with those things, and they don't stop burning. They burn the car and the house.
Right. Yeah.
Man.
Some wiring can be done to cause.
How about the minds of those guys now? You think their minds are racing not only from the feds, but the rest of their lives? If they're out of jail, they're in jail right now, so they're probably horrified to be cramped up in something. They won't even take a stick of gum from a cop in there. But here's a stick of gum. Oh no thanks. I'm gonna pass on that gum.
No thanks. Yeah, I'm not gonna eat tonight either. I'm all right.
Oh my God.
The timing of this is also interesting because earlier this week, the NCAA made it official that starting November 1st, next week, college athletes can bet on professional sports. And Steve Sarkisian, I didn't cut this up, but Sark was asked about this yesterday. We'll get to some other Sark sound in a moment. But Sark went on a 2.5-minute rant about how he was vehemently against this and how he tried to, talk the NCAA and the powers that be to turn this down. But his voice was not heard, and this thing got passed. And I'm sure there are a lot of college coaches who are like, oh, now I got to worry about this on top of everything else that I have to deal with.
You want it, you got it. Now how are you going to deal with it?
So get ready for that. Yeah, starting next week, college sports can bet on pro sports. And look, I get it. A thing that a lot of people are saying is, well, don't let these people bet anymore. Don't let these athletes bet. And it's if you make this stuff illegal, people are still going to find a way to bet. What do we do? Gambling is not legal.
There's too much money in, with the services now. There's too much money involved in the whole thing.
Right. Yeah, it's better to regulate it than do it illegally.
Yeah, you can't reverse it now.
No. I mean, it's going to happen. Sports betting is going to happen. It's been going on forever. It's better to be over the table than under the table. Now, I'm not saying you can go out there and rig games. That's obviously a huge issue. But for the people who are like, oh, just get rid of all of this stuff. If Terry Rozier couldn't go to a real sports book and bet on his unders, or if he couldn't tell his buddies to go to a real sports book and bet on his unders, guess what? There's plenty of people who would take him and his buddies' bets anytime they wanted to.
Absolutely.
So that's where it gets fishier, is when it's under the table like that. So the solution is not, just get rid of sports betting altogether and this will all go away. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. So,
wow.
All right. Yeah. Wild story. The biggest story in the world of sports yesterday. And I'm sure we'll get more details today and through the weekend. And I feel like we are just scratching the surface with this. All right. Let's dive into some Texas football here. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian. Change to the Vegas line for Texas and Mississippi State. We'll dive into all of that here in a moment. But first, Buck, how about we get to our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, I've been struggling with my back for an awful long time, but not any longer when it comes to how I'm comfortable. I've got this wonderful chair from Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And once again, my back could not be happier. And this is a great opportunity to go by Relax the Back. There are 2 locations. Check out their adjustable mattress sets, Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses, of course, human scale office chairs, desk, and all the great accessories at Relax the Back. If you can't afford a chair right now, things are a little bit tough. Check out some of the accessories they have that you can take home with you to help out some of your spots, like your lumbar area, your thoracic area, your hips, and your shoulders. Relax the Back has 2 wonderful locations at the Hill Country Galleria right across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center. It's across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. Is Mike still on the lookout for his truck?
Chauncey Billups may be driving it.
Ooh. All right. Well, then we might be able to find it pretty quickly then.
Yeah, because we know where he is.
Shout out McCall Custom Homes. Yeah, Mike got his truck stolen. So if you see a black Silverado driving around, then maybe it's his. But love McCall Custom Homes. They're the best at what they do. If you're looking to upgrade your space, you can do it. If you want to remodel a kitchen, renovate a bathroom, add some new life to your outdoor space. Maybe you've got a growing family you want to add on to your home. Look, you bought your place for a reason. You don't want to buy and sell. You don't want to deal with that craziness. You love your spot. Why not make it even better? McCall Custom Homes can do that for you because they've been doing that here in Central Texas for 4 decades. That's right. It's a father-son team with more than 40 years of experience, and all of that experience has happened right here in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomes.com. You can look at some of the jobs that they've done. You can see that they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and when you're ready for that free estimate, you can do it. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can reach out to Mike directly, 512-633-9580.
Of course, our friends over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Check them out for all of their gear. I'm geared up in Sue Patrick stuff today. Look at that. Little shirt, some stripes, my Nike hat. Love it. Love Sue Patrick. Love the free parking there, folks, and plenty of free parking for you. Shelly Cats are there. All the polos that we wear, the pregame show. Love the folks here. No luggage available for you right now. Plenty of Jelly Cats and shirts of all sizes, the polos in all sizes. Get that golf gear ready for the fall because we are going to get into fall. Hopefully we'll get some rain. And they even have ponchos at Sue Patrick's. How about that? You're looking for a poncho. I don't know if you're going to need it next week for the home game, but you will need some gear for next week. Plus all the volleyball gear that they have there. You name it, they have it. The books, the gifts, getting ready for, of course, the holiday season. You can do the same at Sue Patrick by going to SuePatrick.com.
Absolutely. Love Sue Patrick and also love Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. What a sports weekend that we have on tap. Maybe it's a good idea to have some Altstadt Beer on tap. If you're hitting the town this weekend, watching the World Series, watching the football, watching the NBA, watching the NHL, watching it all, make sure you ask your bartenders, waitresses, waiters, servers, whoever for Altstadt Beer because it's the best beer all over the great state of Texas. And of course, it's sold wherever you shop for beer, your favorite grocery stores, your favorite liquor stores, tons of different brews, including the incredible seasonal Oktoberfest that, of course, is available for purchase right now. The stuff is fantastic. So easy to drink, and there are no preservatives, no additives, no unnecessary sugars in any of the Altstadt family of beers, so you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. You can also feel the difference the next day, but most importantly, if you're looking for a beer that tastes great, yeah, Altstadt has that covered. Whatever you're doing this weekend, please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly, but also remember that it's the official beer of BK, and it should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer, no impurities, no regrets.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Ohtani is not, this whole probe into NBA doesn't affect his play. But it shouldn't because he didn't do anything anyway, so he's fine. His conscience is free.
Ooh, that would be something if Shohei's head's spinning a little bit and he's getting nervous that maybe he's going to get a knock on his hotel door in Toronto tonight.
Oh, that's right. He's out of the country.
Yeah,
he's out of his country.
Perhaps that's why he fled the country. All of a sudden, we hear that Shohei cannot play in games 3 through 5. He's got to stay in Toronto.
Wow.
That would be something there. Yeah, we will dive into the World Series a little bit later. Obviously, game one tonight, Dodgers and Jays. But let's dive in to the Texas Longhorns, Buck. Tomorrow afternoon, the Horns will be in Starkville for the first time since the early 90s to take on Mississippi State, just the 6th ever meeting all time between the Horns and the Bulldogs. Quick programming note, our pregame show will be live at Victory Lap in West Campus, 24th and San Antonio. They've got giant screens, cold drinks, great pizza, a huge turf patio. They've got an indoor area as well. We'll be monitoring the weather. If it's going to rain, we'll be doing our show inside, and you can hang inside, but they've got a great outdoor space as well. So hope to see all of you people there before the game tomorrow. But, Buck, the line has gone down a little bit. It was 7.5 when we spoke to the people yesterday. It's down to 6.5 today, which is actually where it opened. Your thoughts on a Friday before we get to some Steve Sarkisian sound from his Thursday presser?
I still have some worries about the game. I just worry about where it's being played at and the ability for these guys to communicate on Saturday. So, once again, they're not the sharpest group in the NCAA football. So I worry about how that will affect them. Eventually, you get through some of that, but how deep do you get in a hole with silly penalties and things like that before you start getting the communications right? Now you've got a better team straight up. I mean, even with the injuries that you have, you're still a better football team. You're definitely a better defensive football team. But what is it that your defense can do for you tomorrow? That's the key. And they may have to actually score points tomorrow. We know C.J. Baxter is going to have the ability to get in there. But they need him to be good. They need him to be healthy and not just go in there and spell, Trey Wiseman. He needs to get in there and get some things done in the running game. As I said, first down will be important. And first down will be important, after you break you come from the sideline, you run out there, you get there, and all that stuff is rattling around, and you're not jumpy. Your offensive linemen have to really hold their water, I believe, in this BK. They get, you're going to get at least one illegal. We know that. We know one is happening. That's automatic. That's when you get on the plane, one is going to happen, going there for this football team. But I don't think you can have 3 or 4 of those. When you get into the 3 or 4s because communications is screwed up, that's where it's going to bother me. I expect 1 or 2. Well, I expect that from every team that goes to play there. It's not just Texas Longhorns. It could be Georgia. It could be Mississippi. It could be anybody that you play in that environment. You're going to lose the concentration, so you may get 1 or 2. But I don't think you get into the 4s when it comes to that, because then they start to they get you, and then it gets worse. So Texas is going to have to run the ball for me. I think we'll find out early if they can run the ball. If they can run the ball, you get some runs of, 8, 9 yards, you get a first down run. It's actually for a first down. I'll be excited about that. But if there's just a bunch of guys getting stuffed on first down, that's going to scare me.
Well, I'm going to go back to the penalties for a second. Last weekend in Lexington, Texas had 7 penalties for 50 yards. Would you sign for that right now?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, the moonshiners, the bourbon drinkers aren't going to do anything. That was, 60,000. Yeah, come on. So these kids, it's like a high school game.
Well, it's one of those things where you would like to be able to take the crowd out of the game early. And by the way, Kroger Field capacity 61,000, Davis Wade Stadium capacity 60,000. So there ain't any more people they're going to be able to pack in tomorrow than there was in Kentucky last week. But yeah,
I don't know if they were banging empty bourbon bottles, but I know they'll be slamming those stupid cowbells.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, let's get to that here, because Steve Sarkisian was asked about the cowbells. Shout out to Kirk Bowles. He must listen to this show, because I know, Buck, you wanted somebody to ask.
If he was smart, he would.
About
he's a pretty smart dude.
Kirk Bowles? Yeah, well, be careful. Be careful praising that guy around.
I said at times.
There you go. Cover your ass right there.
Yeah.
Smart move there, sir. But no, Kirk did ask Sark about, hey, how do you prepare for these cowbells, and what do you think of the cowbell tradition that they've got at Mississippi State?
First of all, I think it's an awesome atmosphere. And in the SEC, I think that's one of the coolest things about this league is you go on the road and everybody's got their own niche, right? Everybody's got their own thing that is unique to their home game environment. And for Mississippi State to have the Cowbells, I think that is a really cool thing for college football and that our guys get to experience, quite frankly. Hopefully we can, have a little less cowbell ringing going on Saturday, but we do pipe it in. We've got cowbells ringing at practice. And again, you've got to, it tasks you to stay focused. To me, I think that's more so than it's just the overbearing noise. It's the focus of hearing those bells ringing. So, we think we've addressed it. We've done a good job this week of handling it, from a pre-snap perspective. But staying focused is one of the key ingredients to this.
Oh yeah. I mean, those dudes live with loud music. And I've been living with it for 20 years of their lives. Those kids that play football, they jam it in their ears. They stick their deals in and turn it up as loud as they can. It's the focus part that it's not the actual noise. It's trying to focus and it's trying to, you have to communicate. It's not just you knowing what you hear. It's the guys hearing what you're saying to them on the offensive line. How do they focus? So, and, we talked to Steve yesterday. He said, dude, you can't pipe it in. It's not the same. And I don't believe it's the same either. So it's nice to have it, but it's probably not the same.
I love the kids these days rant you just went on with their loud music and their headphones.
Well, I mean, they play loud. I mean, they don't play it at that pitch that they play it at is pretty loud. So they're used to distractions, but them bells, and when Steve said it, sometimes when it stops, when it gets quiet, that you get all screwed up.
Yeah.
So used to hearing that rhythm of those bells.
That's what's interesting, right? Because the SEC has this mandate that Mississippi State's supposed to follow, and we'll see if they actually do tomorrow. But once the center gets over the football, they're supposed to stop ringing the cowbells.
Yeah.
So, like after the play, they're ringing it nonstop for about, 20, 25 seconds. And then as soon as Connor Robertson gets over the ball tomorrow, they're supposed to not do it anymore. So he's like, part of the weirdness of playing there is you think the cowbells are going to keep going, and then you're like getting into your stance, and all of a sudden it stops, and then it goes from cowbells to just people yelling, and it's like, what's happening right now?
Yeah, have Connor stick his hand up in the air and try to get him to stop. That'd be fun.
What if Connor's like, I don't know the rule. Does Mississippi State get penalized 15 yards if they're playing the cowbells during the play?
Oh, I don't know.
Connor Robertson, I'm conducting up there. I'm trying to get people to play more cowbell,
Yeah, it's who knows? I know it's just when you got a group that seems to be distracted without the cowbell, just with the regular claps and screams, this can throw your team offensively doesn't need much to throw it off, BK. That's the deal.
Now, I mean, we're talking about a team that ranks 117th in the country in penalties per game.
That had a good week.
They averaged 7.9. So the 7 they had at Kentucky actually brought down their season average. So 7's not great. I don't think any coach wants to have 7 penalties, but believe it or not, it's better.
I'm saying 12.
Yeah, if it's 12, then I'm gonna have a hard time winning this game.
It's going to be at 12.
You think about this offense too, especially if the majority of those 12 are on the offensive side of the football. We've seen what happens when Texas gets behind the chains. So if you're repeatedly doing that, then where's the offense going to come from? Where are the points going to come from?
Well, it sucks because, you want to use some motion. We talked about that yesterday. I'm saying because of the cowbells, you go do a bunch of quick snaps. But then again, we talked about you got to be able to do motions. And kids been doing that on offensive lines and wide receivers and running backs and quarterbacks and standing still. They were doing that shit in high school.
Right.
With motion. It's not like this is the first time they've ever had motion in their offenses where they came from. They've been doing it forever. So it can't screw up. You got to be able to time it up. And man, the quarterback and the center are going to have to be on the money.
Yeah.
Well, and the good news has enough, right now, he has enough to think about.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, the good news for Texas, again, of those 7 penalties last week, that is too high of a number, but only 2 of them were on the offense.
Yes.
So you had 3 on the punt team and you had a couple on defense. So again, the overall number is too high, but the offense, by their standards, played a very clean football game.
Yes, they did.
You would like to see that happen again. They're obviously the group that can't afford to shoot themselves in the foot. If the defense has a PI penalty, fine, they can overcome it. The way Ryan Niblett's returning punts, if something happens there, fine, they can overcome it. But Yeah, on offense, again, you get into a really bad spot. Buck, if Texas has, I think you're picking Texas to win this football game.
Barely.
I'm here to tell you, if they have 12 penalties, they're not winning tomorrow. Like you can't flirt with disaster like that again. It's already a miracle that they won a game last week with 8 first downs. They can't go on the road against a good enough team and have 12 penalties and win. There's no way.
Yeah, I just think most of them are going to be, I think they're going to be procedure type of penalties. Procedure type of penalties. The one that scares me too is your punt team that's, the last week having problems lining up. I mean, they got to be coming for a punt. If they think they can rattle that group who can't even line up correctly for 2 in a row, they're going to try to block a punt.
Yeah, well, that's an issue. If you have a couple of false starts on a punt, it's ridiculous, and I will be complaining about it. But like Jack Bomeister's a good enough punter to where you still feel like he can flip the field.
Sure.
Obviously, we saw it against Florida, right? Like a block punt, brutal. You can't have that type of breakdown on special teams. You can live with the procedural penalty from time to time, but
yeah, and this is a team that's pretty desperate, that they're looking for a win. As Steve said yesterday, they got to have one of these kind of wins, Texas or somebody that's presumed a pretty decent football team. That's the kind of win that they need to really help out their coach and their football program. And so they're going to do everything they can. They're going to come after a punt. They're going to look at how they line up and get those bells going, and then try to get after the punter. But no, once this team gets off field goal kicks and punts, they've been pretty good at it, or feels the punt return, the returner catches the ball. Things seem to be pretty good right now.
Buck, Texas's last SEC win came on October 18th, 2025. That was 6 days ago. Mm-hmm. Mississippi State's last SEC win, October 21st of 2023. We just passed the 2-year anniversary of State's last SEC win. So you talk about them needing a victory. Yeah, they need one. And I'm looking at the rest of their schedule. They go to Arkansas next week. That's one that they could probably get. But after that, their last 3 games, Georgia, at Missouri, Ole Miss.
Yeah, there's nobody in the SEC that thinks that this is not a fragile offense at Texas. They all believe.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like this is one of their most winnable games left. So they're looking for one to finally get off the schneid in this conference. They're looking at a Texas team with this offense that you're just referencing, and they're like, yeah, that's the one. This is who we're going to get.
Yes.
So if you're Texas, you can't let that happen. Like preseason polls are preseason polls. They don't have any bearing on the actual season.
No, they
know
don't.
that. But Texas was picked to finish first in the SEC this year. You know who was picked to finish last?
The team they're playing.
Mississippi State. So I know they're a little better than anticipated, and I know Texas is probably more than a little worse than people anticipated. But still, we're talking about projected to finish first, playing projected to finish 16th, and the longest active conference losing streak in the sport. This is not one you want to lose, Texas.
Yeah, and the way to win the game is to control the clock and control the tempo of the game with your run game. You have to be able, you have to control the football. Your offensive line has to be better this week. They have to play like they played against Oklahoma, or a semblance of that, and play physical football and get your run game going to take the pressure off of your offense, not your quarterback, off of your offense. Just so they got to run the ball well enough. That would be seen. I know Mississippi State has been better on defense, but you need to be able to run against them. I thought last week was just, how are you not running against that group from Kentucky last week? I know you got new guys, but it looked like guys didn't play football before. They weren't physical enough. You have to do that here. Yeah. Against these dogs, you're going to have to be dogs yourself. You're going to have to get after them physically.
Yeah, well, that's my number one key to the game is just get some semblance of a running game going, right? Last year against Mississippi State in the 35-13 win here in Austin, Texas ran it 31 times for 198 yards.
Yes.
I'd love for that to happen. Now, guess what? That ain't going to happen. This offensive line, these running backs, more so the offensive line, they're not capable of that. But what about what they did against Oklahoma, Buck?
That's plenty.
136 yards on 35 carries, 3.9 yards a carry. Like, we're not asking for the world here, but if Texas can just do that. By the way, Mississippi State, yes, their defense has improved, Coach. They're still 101st in the country in stopping the run. They're giving up 181 yards per game on the ground.
Yeah,
So
I mean, that's something that Sark has in his mind, has to understand. We got to run the ball against this group. We can't put our quarterback throwing on first, second, and third down. We got to be able to run the ball and get some yardage here on first. Hey, we got to get yardage on every time we run. Forget just first down.
agreed.
You know?
And here I am against a team that you ran 198 yards against last year, and a team that's giving up 181 yards a game on the ground this year.
Yeah.
Here I am asking for 130.
Yeah, that's all.
I don't ask for much. This is not a big request here. This should be a very easy number for a team like Texas to attain.
Are you going to include the quarterback too? Does he count?
Whole team.
Rushing yard?
Whole team.
Okay.
And
yeah, I agree.
It's obvious. The 3 SEC games Texas has played, they couldn't run it against Florida. They couldn't run it against Kentucky. They're lucky to be 1-1 in those games, and they took care of Oklahoma pretty easily because why? They were able to run the football enough.
Yes.
Not even great. Not like a vintage Steve Sarkisian run game performance. It was just good enough for them to win. So can we get that, please?
Well, you're going to have to understand they're not going to be right in the same spot that you expect them to be, though.
No,
they won't be.
You're telling me
there's going to be movement. They're going to be moving around.
You're telling me the other team's going to do something that we didn't plan for them to do?
Absolutely.
They're not going to follow exactly what we want them to do. They're going to try to confuse
Whatever you
us.
saw them on film last week that they were not successful at doing, that's what they're not going to do it again. They're going to make some changes.
No, you're wrong. There's no way. There's no way someone would try to do that against us. Nope.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
They're going to understand you got some new offensive linemen, and they're going to line straight up, right in their faces. They're not going to do no movement, no nothing.
Well,
you got them where you want them.
Yeah, my concern with this game, I mean, it's a concern with every game with this offensive line. But, Mississippi State, they do a lot of zone blitzing. I should say zone replacement blitzing, where you hear blitzing, and it's not always like 5, 6, 7 guys coming after the quarterback. Sometimes it's just 4, but the 4 guys will be different on every play, or the 5 guys will be different on every play. So you can't just be like, all right, well, these 4 guys are rushing, so let's account for these 4, and everybody else is dropping in coverage, and that's what they're – no.
Yeah, the communications that you have to have now.
Yeah, one play it'll be this linebacker coming. One play it'll be that linebacker coming. One play it'll be, a corner coming, a safety. Like, they come at you in waves, and that – even last year, Buck, that was one of my biggest complaints with the Texas O-line last year when they were very good. It's they struggled against defenses that did that. This year's defense – or this year's offensive line, they struggle with everything. But, like, that is a scary concept because that's what Mississippi State does, and that confusion has obviously given worlds of problems for Texas.
Yeah, I mean, if Texas, I mean, if they don't have a war daddy at the end and you can break perimeter on them, this would be good for these running backs. Trey Wisner is pretty good once he gets out on the perimeter. I like his game out there. I like it off tackle. I mean, I don't like it dead in the middle, but I do like it once he breaks perimeter and he gets out there into your secondary or your linebacker has to make a play. So if you can find a way to get on the perimeter, if you can get one of these tight ends possibly that, hands of hammer, get him in there and maybe get on the outside, that'd be great.
Yeah, I agree. And look, hopefully getting CJ Baxter back will help.
Yes.
Sark was asked about CJ Baxter, who again was listed as probable on last night's injury report. No changes on either side, by the way, from Wednesday to Thursday's injury report. So we know Michael Taff and Cole Hudson are out. CJ Baxter still probable. Fluff Bothwell, yes, Fluff Bothwell, Mississippi State's leading running back, is still questionable for them. We talked to Steve Robertson yesterday, and he said he doubts that Bothwell will be able to play. So we'll all find out together tomorrow. But CJ Baxter, once again, probable. And here's Sark yesterday. I mean, he's making it seem like Baxter will be back on the field tomorrow. Here's Sark talking about what C4 can bring this Longhorn offense.
Yeah, I thought he's looked good in practice, and I thought he's gotten better and stronger as the week's gone on. The soft tissue injuries, to your point, are tricky because the player coming off of them, they're trying to figure out, can they really push it, right? And so, and I credit our medical staff and the rehab process because we pushed them really good over the last week and a half before this week. and to get him his confidence right to where he felt like he could go. And I felt like from Monday, Tuesday to Wednesday to today, his comfort level of pushing that to a degree to where he felt comfortable that he could really play at a high level, which was important. You know, we're obviously fortunate to have Trey to combo with Cedric. And then, like I said, Christian Clark's really been coming on. And so, again, I don't envision C4 walking out of there with 20-something carries, okay? But if he can play in this game and be effective and be an integral part in some critical situations on regular downs, but especially in some special situations, I think that would be really beneficial for our team. I think it would be beneficial for Trey to take some of the load off of him and keep him fresh for 4 quarters. But also from a leadership standpoint, you know, Cedric is a great leader, and the guys really respond to him. And so the fact that he gets to put his uniform on this Saturday and play with those guys, I think is going to mean a lot to him, that he's not going to be in street clothes on the sidelines.
Well, that's good to hear. I mean, once again, that's Sark telling you about how good the guy is and people respect him. I don't know. I have a lot of respect for guys the try hard guys who are walk-ons and stuff like that, but the guys who spend a lot of time in the tub, I was always thinking, damn, that's hard to get that kind of respect. Yeah, he nicely gets to make the trips and stand on the sideline in street clothes, but shit, I sure like to have him on the field playing and doing some things. Yeah, he has got to be kind of effective, because if he's not effective, you might as well go ahead and use the Pep Boys, you know?
Well, you're down to 2 Pep Boys, so we need a new nickname for them.
Wow. Is that all we got?
Well, Jarrett Gibson left. He was the third of the Pep Boys.
I forgot.
So
he's out the door. He's with the Rattlers at Florida A&M by now.
What do we call him? The gruesome twosome?
That sounds good. The gruesome twosome. Yeah. If they're more effective, play them. You know, I respect obviously the training staff, because they're on a weekly basis for this kid. They're going to have to find ways that whatever injury he comes up with, that they're going to have to try to get him back on the field. So maybe this is it. Maybe this is the 80% or 85 to 90% that he's at right now that can get better from week to week, and he doesn't damage it anymore, because one more pull of this thing, BK, bye.
Yeah. Look, I think Texas, I think the staff is already thinking that they've got to go to the portal this offseason to add another veteran running back. I mean, they've got the 5-star Derek Cooper committed, and I assume they're going to try to bring in one more out of high school. But
sure.
Like, there's not enough depth that you have in this running back room, and you don't have a difference maker at the running back position right now.
Yeah, and Trey Wisner can leave if he'd like, right?
Trey Wisner can leave if he would like. I don't know if he should. Like, I don't know how high of a draft pick Trey Wisner would be if he went pro. Now, if he was able to stack last year's 1,000-yard season with another 1,000-yard season, then it's like, all right, hey, the iron might be hot, but I feel like somebody unplugged the iron after last year, and it's just
well, it's kind of tough when you're coming back and you look at the 4 blocks of silly putty that are in front of you that are coming back again.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not all Trey Wisner's fault. I mean, he got hurt, which sucks, and then the guys in front of him just aren't blocking. So I don't think Trey Wisner has gotten like significantly worse as a player. But
oh no,
I do know that his stats have gotten significantly worse. And the tape this year, again, not all of it's his fault, but outside of the Oklahoma game, it's like not a lot to look at. So I would think
they need CJ Baxter will be very important tomorrow. I mean, what kind of shape he's in to spell. You know, I don't know. They see him every day. I mean, you know, not only is it that you have an injury, but what kind of physical condition are you in too? You know, it's probably be humid there, you know, kind of, well, I don't know. I don't know what the temperatures for that game time are going to be, probably in the 80s. But it's your stamina in a game like that. And as Sark says, when you have to really have that burst to get away from a guy, you know, to make that one cut is going to be – and plus, it's just a big guy. They can use – hell, if he can lean for 3 yards, I'd be happy, you know?
Yeah. Weather, by the way, should not be a factor tomorrow. I think mid to upper 70s, maybe some clouds, but very small chance of precipitation. So that should be
football weather for him. Right. Yeah, football weather. But what kind of condition will he be in? And as I said, I don't expect him to have 20-some carries. You know, if he gets like 8 carries, but they're effective enough 8 carries that they've, you know, some of those runs are 3 yards for first downs and stuff like that. He just doesn't get stuffed and he doesn't get hurt. Then that'll be important tomorrow. Because Trey Wisner is going to need a blow because they're going to be coming after him.
C.J. Baxter leads Texas running backs in yards per carry this year at 4.6. Now, it's a pretty small sample size, only 24 carries. He played 2 games in 1 snap. Remember, he got hurt on the first play of the UTEP game, had a 6-yard run, came up lame, and that was it. And we haven't seen him since then. So,
Yeah.
Former 5-star, former number 1 running back in America, coming out of high school. Obviously, his career has been marred by a number of different injuries at Texas. But yeah, can he finally stay on the field? And can he show us, again, as a freshman, he showed flashes of really good play a couple of years ago. Wasn't quite consistent enough, but it's like, all right, this guy's in his first year of college football. Like, there's something here that we can build on. And because of injuries, it's just been backwards since then.
And what's scary, you can go back to those lines, even the first year. I mean, when he was in there 2 years ago, compared to right now, this is a MASH unit right here they've compiled. So
that is disrespectful to MASH units.
Oh my goodness.
Calling this Texas offensive line anything is disrespectful to whatever thing that you're calling.
Wow.
Them. Speaking of the offensive line, here's Sark talking about the offensive line. What have been your goals for the O-line, and what have you guys been working on in practice this week?
I think for the offensive line is trust, and not riding the emotional, human nature is I had one good play. Okay. I'm going to have another good play, another good play, another good play. Football doesn't always work like that. We're going to make some mistakes. We'd all love to play a perfect game. You're going to make a mistake. Well, that doesn't mean you have to make another mistake. And so the ability to move on to the next play, be clear-minded, focus on the task at hand, I think is something for the offensive line. But I think, too, we got to get movement at the line of scrimmage and the run game. I think those two things go hand in hand for us in particular. We got to have the ability to run the ball. We got to move people at the line of scrimmage. We got to create running lanes. That allows us to utilize some of the play action pass because now, the D linemen aren't pinning their ears back. The linebackers aren't blitzing quite as hard because they know they got to fit their runs. And then we need to make people pay when they do that. When we're getting some of these safety blitzes and things, we got to block them up, and then we need to make them pay with some explosive plays down the field.
Yeah, that whole human nature thing, that's getting old too, because that's why you have good coaches. I'm not letting human nature set in. I'm going to take the human nature part out of it. That's why I'm your coach. You don't get to be a human. You just get to be a football player. And any of your thoughts of, I had a nice play, this play, let me take that right out of it for you. I'm not going to let you have any of your human nature things step in to play on the football field. I'm your human nature as your coach. I'll let you know when you think you've done well. When you think you've done well and, hey, guess what? I can do the same thing the next play. I'll let you know that you're a piece of crap. And I won't let you have any of that human nature stuff. That's why I get paid.
You know what I wish Steve Sarkisian would have said there? Someone's like, hey, coach, what are you working on with your offensive line this week? Oh, we're working on blocking people.
Yeah. But you know how human nature will set in. Really?
We are working on actually blocking people for the run and for the pass. Have you seen our Pro Football Focus grades? We're horrible. Have you seen our pressure rate? It's the worst in Power 4. Have you seen our yards per carry? Have you seen our yards per carry in 2 of our last 3 games? It's pretty horrible. We're just trying to learn how to block people because our offensive line coach hadn't done shit. He's stealing money this year. He's not developing anybody. We've got guys who are here in year 3 and year 4. I'm working with the rest of the team trying to get everybody else figured out. I trust this offensive line coach who we gave an offensive coordinator title to so we could keep him and give him a little more money. And I'm wondering why the hell he's not doing anything.
Now, that's what you want to hear. Now, that would be awesome.
Oh, if I was in that room with the press, I'd be like, did y'all hear what I heard?
Yeah, that would be – now that's what you're looking for. But you're not going to get that. You're going to get the old human nature. If you make one play, then you tend to take off the next play. I'm like, no, I pay that guy $1 million to stick his foot in that kid's ass. Let's go.
When is that human nature for the offensive line? I should have hit up Casey Studdard after hearing that yesterday and been like, dude, is that how it works when you're an offensive lineman? It's like, oh, we have one good block and I'm good for the rest of the drive. I just had one. I'm set. I could do this. Like, what?
Dude, I didn't even know there was human nature in football. When did that become a thing?
I thought the human nature for the offensive line was you're trying to kill the guy on the other side of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, you're trying to plant him into the ground.
Isn't that the human nature that's involved in playing that position? Is you were trying to knock that dude over on every single play, not I had one.
Basically, it's at all the positions. There's no human nature setting in anywhere. Only human nature sets in the film room. when you think in your mind, I made a good block. Wasn't that a good block? You're telling your buddy next, how you like that block? And you two are whispering to each other, and your coach is over here going, shut the hell up. That sucked.
Yeah, look how good I did on that rep. Well, let me show you the next 5, Nick
Yeah.
Brooks.
Yeah, that's how that works. No,
Yeah.
there is no human nature in football.
Dude, these last 5 games, and we could dive into this more in hour 2. Like, yes, tomorrow's a must-win for the obvious. You're trying to keep your playoff hopes alive. You're trying to keep your SEC title hopes alive. But these last 5 games this year, some of these coaches are in job-saving mode, Buck.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Sark. Sark's not going anywhere. Texas could go
No.
6-6. Yes, there will be some people calling for Sark's head. He shouldn't go anywhere. He's earned the right to turn things around. But you can't just run it back with your entire staff if you're going from 13-3 and back-to-back playoff trips to 7-5. Like, someone's got to have their head rolling if that happens. And I'm looking right at
even if you have success, you're always looking to get better. It doesn't. I mean, even if you had, you win from this point, and you're not going to win every game from this point on anyway. But even if you did, you're looking to get better. You're not looking to stay the same, because if you stay the same, that's not going to be good. That's not going to be good enough to win.
Oh, well, if you win every game and you end the year 10-2, I mean, that you're in the SEC title because you only have one conference loss and you're in the playoff. So if that
happens, I'll eat that hat of yours.
Yeah, deal. But I like this hat. Oh, I've got another one for you over here. So you can eat another one of our Waterloo printing and graphics hats. If that's the case, then no, you don't make any changes to your staff, because that's awesome. That's another great year, and you can run it back. But yeah, the odds of that happening are very slim. Obviously, if you lose tomorrow, you're thinking, shit, we might have 2 more losses after that one. So that's where, again, if you're talking about 8-4, 7-5, God forbid 6-6, then, Steve Sarkisian can try to convince Chris Del Conte that, hey, man, I really like these guys, and I know I can work with these guys, and just give us a chance. We were good these last 2 years. Just let us turn things around. We got it. What CDC is going to say? Nah.
No.
Because his phone's going to be ringing off the hook from some very important big money donors who are saying, if you want my money, Kyle Flood's going to be coaching somewhere else next year.
Yeah, the human nature thing, BK, is the fact that I think this team next week, no matter what, is going to play like mad against Vandy, coming to town with Pavi and all that stuff. That's the only one where your mind can wander on you a little bit for this game. If you think you're that good and you think the film shows that this group that you're playing may be that bad. But during the course, you can't let it happen. This will be about coaching. If they're flat and the cowbells bother them, this will be about why the coaches didn't get you prepared, because there won't be much to get you wound up about next week, coming back home and been on the road all these for the month. So that's an easy sell next week.
Well, that's my fear about tomorrow's game, is that, Texas has just been traveling so much in the month of October. And it's like, does it catch up to them? I mean, it almost did last week. They didn't have enough energy or spunk in Lexington.
Yeah,
and now, that game went to overtime. Texas didn't get back to Austin until 3:30 on Sunday morning. And all of a sudden, of course, you're in Austin, you're back at home, you're going to school, you're in your normal routine, but you're back on the road again. You're traveling again, sleeping in a different bed for another weekend. So does all of this travel start to catch up to Texas? I don't know if you blame that on coaching, if you blame that on players, if that's just you got screwed a little bit by the SEC with this weird oddity that happened this year. But I do wonder if Texas is going to have enough juice at the end of this very, very long road trip.
Well, nobody's going to buy human nature coming in. Nobody's going to buy that shit anymore. That's for sure.
I'm here to tell you, if Texas loses, this Longhorn fan base is not going to be like, well, it was, your 4th straight game away from home. It's all good. No. It'll be like, you just lost to Mississippi freaking State. Seriously. All right. We'll dive back in.
Give them their first SEC win
in more than 2 years.
Yes.
Only have one SEC win since 2022.
And all said and done, if they can control the run game, I think they'll be fine. And I'm saying fine to the point of winning by a touchdown, but I think it'll be a dogfight. So I still have it like 20-17, something like that.
What is controlling the run game in your mind, Buck? What does that mean?
I mean, I don't mean it just on first down. I think they got to average 4 yards, 4.5 yards a carry.
Okay. Is there
Couple
like,
nice, and a couple
are you
nice
at that like
runs.
130 number? Is there like a team number where you're at tomorrow?
I'm with you. I'm with you. 125, 130 in yards. If you rush for that much, I expect the quarterback to be on enough. I don't care how good their secondary is. If he's not getting pressured and they can protect him and they can run the ball and they've got them off balance on defense, I don't care how good they are in their secondary. You got enough guys to throw the ball to, I think right now, unless Wingo has checked out. I don't know. I don't know what his attitude is. I can see him on the sideline not being very happy. He looks like he's kind of pouty at times, but he just wants the ball. He's pouty because of the fact I think he wants, he thinks he's open and he wants the football. And I understand that part. I don't think he's pouty because he thinks we suck. I think he's more pouty that I can do something. I can help this team out. So if you're getting the ball to him and, hey, what about the tight end? You got him down for a couple catches?
Yeah, I'll give him a couple. Now, do I have him down for a few catches?
Do you have him down for more than 5?
Oh, no, couple I meant 2. Few is 3.
Like a real couple?
We're stopping at 2 right there, sir.
Oh.
I don't know why. That is one of the most confusing parts of this entire season, and there have been plenty to choose from.
Dude, if they're using a Texas X catching balls, and Moore ought to have a good game. I mean, seriously, he ought to be heard from him again. They've got to find a way to get the ball down the field, catch and run. I mean, keep your gimmicks in your pocket. One gimmick per game, one halfback pass per game.
They just
one
have
quick.
to.
Yeah,
they had 179 yards of offense last week.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find any offense. You're right.
I was gonna say nobody put up any numbers last week because the whole team they had 8 first downs. Hard to have great individual performances when your whole team as a collective is doing that.
Boy, that's a bad performance. 8 first downs in the game.
Look, it's the worst since the Charlie Strong era. Remember? In the last time that happened, it was Texas's 38-3 loss at Notre Dame. My senior year of college. Remember, I took an RV from Austin to South Bend for that one.
Dude, it's almost like, how do you even tell somebody, oh, we're 2-1 in the SEC?
I know.
How's that feel? I'm like,
that's why I got pissed at Sark, and that's why I'm glad on Monday he changed his tune a little bit. But it's like, you cannot possibly tell us that we're wrong for questioning your offense when the last time this university had an offensive showing as bad as that one, the offensive coordinator lost his job and the quarterback got benched. So You're saying we're being disrespectful or rude for wondering what the hell that was? Come on, coach. That's your side of the ball, too. With Charlie, it was the other side of the ball. With you, it's your side of the ball. You got to figure that one out, sir.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is if they can really help themselves out, averaging a little bit over 4 yards a clip. Not just first down. I've been saying first down a lot, but I sure don't like first down runs of nothing or one. Because then I got to look to the quarterback. Oh, they're going to try something with him. Look out. It won't be natural. It won't be like, you just got 6 yards on first down run. And now if the quarterback wants to throw, he's calm and collected and he'll hit an open receiver. No, if it's 2nd and 9 or 2nd and 14 because you've jumped or something like that, that's what scares me. The fact that, the pressure's on him to make a play.
Yeah.
I don't need him to have any pressure to make any plays. I just want him to just quarterback the team. That would help.
There's pressure on him every time he drops back already, but it's not because his last name's Manning.
Line. He's already got that pressure on him. Like you said, the ones where he has to drop back 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
And will he go back to what he did against Oklahoma? Will he look himself in the mirror and say, you know what? I got to take these short throws, get my quarterback going. We can run the ball well enough, and then we can short pass and then try a long one every once in a while. Does he go backwards or does he try to be creative, Sark, that I don't need that game plan any longer? I can do some other things.
I think he has to do what he did against OU, doesn't he?
Could he done that last week?
I wish he did.
Yeah.
Would have been nice. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get to another piece of sound. I need your help with this next bit, Buck. Bless you.
Okay.
You all right over there?
Yeah, I've got all kinds of stuff floating around.
Yeah, there's something going around for sure. We'll get to that in a second. Steve Sarkisian made a Christmas metaphor. And you know me as a guy who doesn't celebrate Christmas. I need some details on what Sark was talking about here. So before we get to a little more sound from Sark and a little more Texas, Mississippi State preview, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
So our friends over at Tony C's Pizza, of course, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving the New York style pizza, the authentic Italian food straight from the cookbook of the Sciola family. They've been in the Bee Caves area for over 15 years. Don't forget Tuesdays, 2 for Tuesdays. Of course, Unwind Wednesdays, half-price bottles of wine with your pizza. Pizza is good anytime, BK, and Friday seems to be a good day for some pizza. I've got a big Battle of the Lakes, Lake Travis versus Westlake tonight, so I may hit Tony C's Pizza myself today. Locations at Highway 79 in Round Rock, right beside the Dell Diamond, Anderson Lane, and, of course, in Bee Caves. Love Tony C's Pizza and love you, Mr. C.
Yes, we do. I would ask who you got in that Westlake Lake Travis game, but since you're calling the game, you're not allowed to give a pick.
No, sorry, can't do that.
Yeah, the Kirk Herbstreit cop out there.
Should I bring my dog with me tonight?
Yeah, if you want somebody to call Hurricane Heck to save your ass, actually sue your ass, you bring your big dog out there, someone's getting a piece of leg ripped off.
Yeah, well, they'll be putting us in that little tiny press box on the visitor side. My dog won't even fit in the damn thing.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I've called road games at Westlake, and, yeah, the opposing press box, you might as well be just hanging out on 360. Be better accommodations than in there. Shout out to our guy Michael, by the way, for the $10 super chat. Much love, Michael. Appreciate
Thanks, Mike.
You tuning in just about every day, and appreciate the nice super chat this morning. Shout out to our friends at AV Consultations. Look, you can't get your TV setup done by this weekend. If you've waited this long, that's on you. But the good news is we've got tons of great sports happenings all year round. There's never a bad time to make the call to audiovisual consultations and let them upgrade your home TV setup. Stop spending all of your time and money driving around to sports bars, driving around to friends' houses, driving to your in-laws' place. God forbid. Make your home the place to be for all of the sports all year round. AV Consultations can hook you up. You can get the multi-screen man cave or woman cave. You can get the giant 85-inch screen like the Buck has. You can get the badass home theater room with the surround sound and the dimmable lighting. You can get some for your outside as well. AV Consultations can just upgrade you. TVs, surround sound, whole home lighting, surveillance. Everything looks great. Everything works great. They're going to show you how to use it. They're going to be there for you every step of the way. Their customer service is top-notch. Just give them a call and let Tom and the crew bring everything to you. 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Somebody said there's something called pigweed out here. Never heard of that before. Something's in the air. I hope this rain just comes in and blasts all this crap and gets rid of it. Pigweed? The hell is pigweed?
There's something else that someone's been giving you lately.
These nuts?
Yeah. I have been eating a lot of nuts. My wife has made banana muffins, and I've been indulging in about 3 of those a day. They're delicious. Banana with pecans in. Oh, they're good, BK. She's going to make you some because you like these nuts too.
Hang on. See, this is great news because, first of all, I'm going to let the record show I do not like these nuts too. I want to make sure that everybody knows that I'm not agreeing with that. Classic bit. Please don't tell your wife this. She's going to hate me forever. There's maybe been a time or two where I have received some baked goods from your lovely wife, and because they are so delicious, I will take them to a party, to a gathering, and I will claim that I made them myself.
Oh, shut the hell up. Don't tell me you did that with her cookies.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah. Homemade recipe.
Nice. Very nice. Very slick.
Oh, my God. Especially in the single days. I'm showing up. There's a bunch of ladies around. Look at that. Look what I can do.
Move. That's a good move.
Why don't you come over and see how I make these?
Yeah. Watch me cook. Watch him cook.
Yeah. So I'm excited. Thank you for that. And thank her for that. That is great.
Very nice. Very smart. That's a slick move. I don't know if I could try that because somebody may have taken me up on it.
Oh yeah. And actually,
I didn't have any pottery in my house, to make anything. So what do you cook on? This pan right here, this one pan.
Yeah, it's a ghost kitchen, actually. I go somewhere else to do this.
Yeah, That's pretty good. Yeah, we'll have some of those muffins. And you don't have nut allergies or any of that stuff.
No allergies. I'm not soft like some of you people.
Some people have nut allergies. Some people are allergic to things. There are people who are allergic to bananas and all that stuff. I'm only allergic to squash. Yuck.
Are you actually allergic to squash?
No, I'm mentally allergic to it.
Oh, there are plenty of those allergies out there. Like my little sister, dude, she hates berries and
Any of them?
Just the sight of a berry. Like if it's in the fridge, she's like, I can't be here. It's insane.
Does that include strawberries?
Those are the worst for her.
Really?
Like how did she's like scared of them? Like gonna come out and eat her or something. I don't know.
Like a Madonna face?
I like him. Yeah, like the one we showed yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
So you're not alone with that made up allergy, that mental allergy, whatever the hell you want to call it. Like there are plenty of people out there who are like,
yeah, I got forced to eat that stuff as a kid, and I never got over that. That was one of those can't leave the table until it's done. And then if you put it down your throat, you start, you gag it back up into the plate, and then you have to, hey, eat that too. I mean, no, I can't. There's something about the texture of squash, okra. I've tried zucchini. I've actually gone in my older days. If zucchini's cooked the right way, I can stomach it. It won't come back up. But if it's that yellow squash, it just will fly, and it flies back up. It doesn't even have to settle at the bottom. It like gets halfway in my throat, and it'll come shooting out, and it'll come out like a fire hose, like Venables. Like it'll just shoot out like a fire hose.
There's about 15. That's what she said. In that 45-second monologue you just had there,
man, oh man, I can't do it. I can't. If you want to get me, just just invite me over and say, "Oh, my mom cooked her incredible squash. You got to try it." I will scrape it to the side or underneath the table and put it underneath I'll put it in my shoe. I'll take my shoe off and slide the plate in my shoe, and I'll walk around your house with the squash in my shoe before I'll eat it.
Try to give it to the dog, and the dog's like, I don't want that shit.
Oh yeah, my dog back in the day when I grew up, the dog looked at me like, "Oh no, you're not doing this to me. That's not going to happen." That's why my favorite time was during the lentil season when I grew up as a Catholic boy with my Mrs. Paul's fish sticks and fries. When I couldn't finish some of those, but the dog loved those. My dog would eat fries and the Mrs. Paul's fish sticks. I could eat 5 dozen fish sticks back in the day. Would catch it.
What are you, a gay fish?
I mean, I could just tear that fish sticks up, and I'd go looking for Mrs. Paul's in the grocery department. I'd be looking in there in the frozen foods. There she is. There's Mrs. Paul. Let's go ahead and grab about 8 boxes of that stuff.
God, gross.
But now I don't do that, Mrs. Paul's, because I have the fillet of fish, the real fish, straight from Maine.
You're right. You have upgraded from Mrs. Paul's to McDonald's.
Yeah, that's huge upgrade. But now that you tell me that Arby's is in line because they do everything, probably Arby's probably's got a fish sandwich by now. You told me the other day they have all kinds. They do everything. They do subs and hoagies and cheese steaks and open beef, roast beef sandwiches. They do it all, huh?
Well, I know around the lentil season they do a fish sandwich.
Oh, they do, huh?
Yeah, just like McDonald's, just like pretty much everyone, right? They take advantage of that bit. They're going after your people pretty hard.
Yes.
And I don't know. Never tried it. I'm not eating fish from a fast food joint. It's not my thing.
Never? That's just not your thing?
I am not much of a food snob. If you know me well enough, Buck, to know that. I think most of our audience knows me well enough to know that too. But that is the one thing I'm a little snobby about is seafood. Like I'll eat it at like Salt Traders. There's like a couple of places in Austin where I'll eat it, but like
Jack Allen's has a great trout. The trout at Jack Allen's is great.
And I trust it because that's the same as Salt Traders, but like there ain't much more than that, dude. I got to be a lot closer to the water than Austin, Texas. And I'm not talking about Town Lake or Lake Travis either. I don't want any of them zebra mussels in my food.
I did. I got a bad batch of sea bass, and I have 9, and that was about 15 years ago. I haven't not had a piece of sea bass since I had a bad piece. from a place that had a Chinese name. So I just probably been the wrong place to go get bass, but I had it there. And dude, I've not tried it again. Somebody said, "Oh, you got to have some sea bass." I'm like, no, I don't do bass. I don't do sea bass.
Well, it's good that you're not doing them. What was the name of that restaurant?
I don't want to say the name of it because it has some great food.
Okay. I'm just curious,
PF is a part of it. PF.
Oh, now no one has any idea what you're talking about. Nice clue there, Buck.
Yeah. Well, I didn't give it all away. I didn't say their name.
No, you're right. It could be a PF flyer wagon serving sea bass out of it. You're right.
Yeah, but not the sea bass. I've had other things there, but don't do fish from there anymore.
Oh, that's great. All right. Well,
Long John Silver's. No, and I've never had a Long John Silver's before. You know what? I'm going to do that for the lentil season. I'm going to try Long John. I've never been to Long John Silver's, and they've had a bunch of those throughout the years. I see less and less of those around. I used to see more of those up in Dallas area, but I think I may have seen one now around here. I think that's even gone now.
There's a couple still around. There's one near 51st Street, maybe Cameron Road. Like my sister used to live there, so that's why I know, and I think it's still there. But there's only a couple left. But like the Hush Puppies at Long John Silver's, solid. I'll eat those, but I ain't getting no fish from there.
Okay.
I ain't doing that.
Nice.
Sorry. I ain't speaking great English either. All right, so this is good. We were just talking about the lentil season a little bit here with this fish chatter. Here's another Christian thing to dive into.
Okay.
So Steve Sarkisian at his Thursday press conference was asked about his opening scripts and why they just haven't worked. Like, why has Texas been so bad offensively at the start of pretty much every game that they've played this year? And Sark had an interesting metaphor that he used, and I don't really understand it, but I'm the wrong audience. Here's what Steve Sarkisian said.
Remember when you guys used to go to your grandma's house at Christmas, okay? And the Christmas tree would light up, you'd plug it in, grandma would say, plug it in, and it would look beautiful. And there'd be that one light that was blinking, and the one light that was out, and you're like, you can't get your eyes off that one blinking light. I feel like that's been the issue. And then you replace the bulb and you fix it, and then the next light starts blinking. I wish I could say it's one thing or one group or one player, which isn't the case. I feel like it's kind of we just haven't gotten all 11 to execute it all exactly the way we want it. And part of those blinking lights, I'll say, is me too. Like I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that. But I just want to plug in this Christmas tree Saturday at 3:15 and all the lights come on and none of them are blinking. And that's what it's going to take. It's going to take execution from all 11. It's going to take us as coaches making sure that we're calling things at the timely fashion to put those guys in the best position to be successful. Yeah,
he's talking about that. Somebody F's up every play. There's always somebody effing up. They just can't get everybody coordinated to do something, together. Here, for a play, a series, there's always there's an F up somewhere. It's either in the coaches, the players, the play, the air, the air in the ball, the quarterback's arm, the protection, the running back slips. I mean, there's an F up that just can't have a play or a series of plays that go the right way for everybody. So put the light bulb in. I mean, the whole chain of lights works on the Christmas tree. Back in the day when I was a little kid, we had those big old freaking bulbs that you put in, not those little teeny lights. We used to have those big ones, the big red and blue and yellow light bulbs. If one of those went wrong, the whole string wouldn't work.
Yeah.
So you had to find the one that was screwed up, pull it out, pop it on the ground or something, and then go about your business. Yeah, they need the whole chain of lights to work. Maybe for a series would be nice.
All right.
And give themselves some momentum, but on all the plays, there's one F up that can screw up the whole thing.
So that metaphor makes sense then, huh?
Yeah. You see it on the Christmas trees.
All right.
Even with the fake Christmas trees, the real Christmas tree, one bulb can screw up the whole string.
It's a good comment here from Norse One. In this case, we've lost the shitty little bag of extra lights.
Oh, yeah. That's when you had those extras. We used to have those extra big bulbs around. Where are the extras? Oh, they're upstairs somewhere, up in the attic somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. One would go out and it's like, oh, good news. We got this bag of extra lights. It's all good. But if you don't have that bag or that one's broken too, then SOL. You are SOL.
Yeah, nothing worse than having my old man who would come in and still have the same old stupid Christmas tree, the holder for the real Christmas tree, for the real kind we'd go cut like the night before back in the old days when we'd take the sled up in the woods and kids would pick out one tree and he would say, "You like that one? No, that's not going to work. We need to go another mile and a half up into the mountains to get a real tree. I'll show you what's a good tree." Then he'd bring it home and he wouldn't have the right stand. And then he would nail the stand into my mom's wooden floor with some wires into the wood floor, like a nail, like nail them in to hold the Christmas tree up. My mom used to like go nuts. She'd try to hide the wires so you can see that he used real nails in her wood floor. It was amazing. This dude was unbelievable when it came to Christmas stuff.
Wait, how did he get it out after Christmas, or did he just leave it in all year?
Oh no, he'd pull it out. There'd be like the holes in the wood floor from him nailing the nail into it. I mean, it was Christmas. It was very special.
Yeah.
So who cares about the holes? You cover it up with a rug.
That's funny. Well, I care about Texas getting off to a faster start.
Yes.
And they have now played 4 games against Power 4 teams this year. Their first 3 drives in each game. First 3 against Ohio State, first 3 against Florida, Oklahoma, Kentucky. So 12 drives total. They have scored a total of 7 points. They have scored on 1 of those opening 12 possessions. That is unacceptable. And that means your opening scripts are just not good enough.
Now they won the toss last week, didn't they?
Yeah, and they deferred.
Yeah, give me the ball. If you win, take the ball for your guys.
Well, here's the thing. I don't have the exact stat. I saw this earlier this season. And, Texas hasn't been great to start games, whether they receive or kick.
Offense or defense, you're right.
But it's been way worse when they get the ball first. So as bad as it's been overall these last few seasons, because this is not just a 2025 season. Now it's the worst this year. And this whole offense is worse this year than it's been the last couple of seasons. But the numbers, whenever Texas starts the game with the ball, they almost never score on their first possession.
Yeah, and with the cowbells, you probably don't.
No.
You probably want to put the other offense on the field. You're right.
We say it, Buck. The best offense right now for Texas is their defense and their special teams.
Yes.
So I have more faith in the defense getting an interception to set the offense up with a short field, or, they force a punt. Ryan Niblett gets a great punt return and the offense is in business, than I do the offense starting the ball after a touchback from their own 25 and having to drive the length of the field.
Yes.
So I feel like the defense has a better chance of scoring points than the offense does right now. But in terms of the battle of field position, yeah, I would. And Sark talked about it. He was asked about that earlier this year. He basically said that every time we win the toss, we're going to defer. I don't think that's just a this year thing. I think that's like his mindset thing. So whenever Texas does get the ball first, it's because the other team wins the toss and they're deferring. But
yes.
Anytime Texas wins the toss, Steve Sarkisian's bit, even when his offense was a lot better than this year's, he is going to say, we want the ball in the second half. Y'all take it first. So
okay.
They just have to be better. Point is, it's the same key. It's the same request that I've had for every non-home game that Texas has played this year. Can they do something to take the other crowd out of the game? Right? That place is going to be rocking. Those cowbells are going to be blaring. For once in a game outside of Austin, can this team start fast? They are 1-2 in true road games, and the one win that they had was Kentucky. I still don't know how the hell they won that game. So can you do something to take an opposing crowd out of the game instead of giving them hope that they're about to pull off an upset against Texas? I know. That's where I'm at, too. I don't feel good about it. How can you? The numbers are the numbers. Those are facts.
Yeah, but their quarterback is going to give away too.
Right.
That guy's going to be all wired out to beat Texas. Oh, I remember when I was at Baylor. I mean, he's going to do something that's going to be disturbing and give you the ball. Fluff's not playing. Their big-time fluffy running back's not in there.
It's an interesting name for a football player, right? Not the most menacing nickname of all time. Fluff.
No, but I'm really counting on the defense to really give you the ball in some really nice, good field position tomorrow.
I think you have to.
I don't really want to. I don't know what to expect from the offense because, you can watch film, you can watch Mississippi State play defense. How good are they? How good do they have to be? That's the thing. How good do they have to be in order to get to your offense?
They don't. They don't, right? Like Mississippi State's biggest weakness on defense is their defensive line, and they really struggle in pass rush. I mean, they have 10 sacks this year in only 7 games. It's not very good. But you know who else struggled to rush the passer until they played Texas?
Kentucky.
You know who else?
Florida.
Yeah. Both of those. Florida had 3 sacks in their first 4 games. And that's like their biggest weakness of the team is their pass rush. They had 3 sacks and they were living in the backfield. Kentucky, big weakness. They're not great at rushing the passer. They got pressure on nearly 50% of Arch Manning's dropbacks last week. So this offensive line, I was talking to a Mississippi State guy the other day, and he's like, man, I don't think our defensive line, like that's a big concern for us. I don't know how they're going to hold up. And I'm like, as long as your defensive line is better than a high school defensive line, you guys are going to be fine.
Yeah, like I said, the noise factor of this place, they haven't played there in so long. They're gonna be this fan base, their fan base, the ones that come to the game, a whole 60,000. So the 37,000 that show up is going to be just nuts. It's going to be a nutty atmosphere. You got to be able to control yourself. You got to play calm. But as you said, you still got to play fast. You can be under control, but you have to play fast in this game. Yeah, because we've been waiting. I mean, obviously been waiting to see it, and you're not going to keep getting away with it on the road by starting out slow.
It's funny. It's funny how much 2 months can change, right? Because going into the year, Texas had the longest active road win streak in America. And we were talking about that as a reason why we thought they were going to beat Ohio State.
Yes.
In the season opener. And now it's like, what? Can they handle a Mississippi State crowd? Like we have no faith. Like they have just looked so out of whack in these road games this year that it's like, it's hard to be confident that they are going to do anything to take the crowd out of the game.
How can you not be mentally prepared like you do against Oklahoma? How can it not mean SEC? This is, as he said, these are all championship games. Once again, it's the same as playing Oklahoma. You can't let your mindset think anything but from week to week. This will be one. As I said, next week there's not going to be much to trying to get you up. You'll be up for that one because you'll have a kid coming here whose name is all over the place too for good reasons. So you'll get up for that one. These are championship games if you want to be in the championship.
Yeah. I mean, Captain Obvious here, but next week's game is not going to matter nearly as much if you don't win this week's game.
Absolutely.
Like it's still a really good Vandy team coming to town. Of course, you still want to win, but like you won't be having much to play for against Vandy outside of pride and a chance to maybe pull off an upset. I saw a look-ahead line. I'm going to let you guess here, Buck. I saw a look-ahead line yesterday for Texas Vandy next Saturday.
Yes.
What do you think it is in Vegas?
Texas 2.5-point favorite.
Did you see it?
No.
Good call. It's exactly what it is.
That's what I think. That's what I would thought it would be. 2.5. Texas still be favored.
Yeah. So I
almost said 3, but I said just 2.5, 2 and a hook.
Yeah. I don't know if it would be an upset in terms of Vegas, but if you lose tomorrow, you're going to be outside the top 25. And if Vandy wins against Missouri tomorrow, it's a big game for them.
That line will change so quick.
I think so too.
Even if Texas just barely finds a way, just win this game. If they find a way to win this game, they'll still be favored next week.
Yeah. Well, what about if Texas loses? Do you think they'll be favored against Vandy next week?
No.
Okay. Maybe it depends on, again, what the Doors do. College game day, by the way, in Nashville for that Mizzou-Vandy game. But, yeah, I mean, Texas will be unranked if they lose tomorrow. And, again, all your goals before the season, they're still on the table, believe it or not. And if you lose in Stark Vegas tomorrow, flush them down the toilet.
Yeah, if they lose and then come back and be favorites and win the following week, then they got way too much human nature going on their team.
Well, if you lose to Mississippi State, I get it. Technically, you could still get into the SEC championship, right? you'd obviously have to
but you're not gonna.
Yeah. Like, how are you going to be confident when you have 3 top 10 teams after tomorrow?
Yes.
How are you going to be confident that you are going to run the table when you've got Vandy at Georgia and A&M still ahead?
Well, don't say A&M because we're not worried about them. We remember we never worry about them. It won't matter what it looks like when they come here. They're getting beat. Yeah, I don't want to foresee that things will be really bad by the time they get here, but it won't matter what it is when they come rolling into this town. They will get beat. And it won't be pretty.
Yeah. Hope you're right.
So you need to win this game. You need to have find a way to win this. Hey, Niblett, you're my favorite player now. Catch the punt, return it, 7-0 win. We move along to Vandy.
I am, for the first time this season, maybe for the first time in my life, starting to get a little nervous about that November 29th game against the
there's no chance in the world.
Just
nothing. The sky can fall in that game. That's a winner chicken dinner.
If you asked me who to pick today, I would still pick Texas, but
there you go.
Starting to get a little nervous. What I've seen from both teams this year.
Hey, by the way, can I take Niblett as the offensive player of the game?
Well, he's going to get some carries.
I mean, if he returns a punt, do I still get him for offense too? Since that is their offense.
I bet he gets a few offensive touches in this game tomorrow as well.
I'm okay with it. I mean,
what has to happen with Ryan Niblett, if that is a part of the game plan, they can't give him the ball every time he's out there. That's been my biggest issue. Like I keep seeing people say more Niblett, and that's fine. He's clearly a weapon. But what Texas has done this year is like every time 21 is on the field, the ball goes to him.
Just run after him.
Like I don't think they trust him in pass pro. So like they're just not going to put him out there for an entire series and say, hey, you do what CJ Baxter or Trey Wisner would do here. Like I think it's so obvious that whenever he comes onto the field, the ball's going to go to him. And he's not that good. He's not like freaking Darren Sproles where it's like everybody can know he's getting the ball and he can make 10 guys miss. No. And also this offensive line still ain't very good. So
no, he's going to be my guy tomorrow. He's about to take another one back to the house. We could use another one of those.
We could use 2 more of those, huh?
2, yeah. We need 2 in the game.
Now, Mississippi State's pretty good on special teams. Their punter is awesome. Like, we've got a pretty good punter with Jack Bowmeister. This kid, Ethan Pullum, I believe is his name, wears number 88. He is a brother, Buck. He's a stud. He's averaging 47 yards per punt.
He won the inter-city punt, pass, and kick contest?
Yes, he beat Andy Reid in that competition. Remember that bit? They always show that bit. Everybody knows that bit. But here's Mississippi State's punter. He had a 67-yarder earlier this year. He's had a few 60-plus yarders. He's a stud. So I don't know. I'd love Ryan Niblett to get some chances. And, hey, maybe you outkick the coverage so Niblett does get a few opportunities. But their kicker's pretty good.
Probably a good golfer.
Yeah.
Punter. Really? Come on, bro.
Come on, bro. Kicker's good. Their special teams is solid. Their leading receiver is their punt returner, Anthony Evans, who's a track star from Texas. So they're pretty solid in the special teams game. At least they have been so far this year. So hopefully, look, I'm with you. Hopefully Ryan Niblett can make an impact in that third phase. But we will see. State's been pretty stout there.
Somebody said, yeah, when a punter wears a wide receiver's number, you know he's got game. Was he wearing 88, you said? Wow.
Yeah. He said Drew Pearson's his favorite player.
Wow. So he got to be a punter?
Someone compared him to Drew Pearson, and he's like, who's that?
Yeah. He won that punt, pass, and kick contest. And somebody said, no, we don't want you as quarterback. You're going to be our punter for life. Great.
Yeah. Oh, hey, it's working for him. He's a future Sunday player. At least that's the way they're talking about him. So
just feel the punch. Don't let him kick it over your head.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Some thoughts on Texas, Mississippi State. Some sound from Steve Sarkisian. Our friendly reminder, our Texas Sports Unfiltered pregame show will be live at Victory Lap in West Campus, one of the best sports bars in town. They've got giant screens. They'll have the sound on for the game, cold drinks. They've got great pizza there, big turf patio, and, of course, they got an indoor spot, so if the weather is a little dicey, we'll be inside, and y'all can hang out inside with us. Pregame show 12:45 to 2:45 before the 3:15 kickoff.
Okay, any surprise on that injury report? Anybody that's just totally listed out, or is everybody still kind of probable?
Well, Michael Taft and Cole Hudson are out.
I mean, yeah, Michael Taft, yeah, but Cole Hudson is also out. There's no probability of him getting in there.
It will be Connor Robertson at center one more time for the Horns. And he had a pretty rough go. I mean, he wasn't alone, but he had a pretty rough go. 5 hurries, 5 pressures allowed. I think his PFF grade was just a hair over 50. So, yeah, hopefully he takes a step. But, again, I mean, the whole offensive line was just – they are what they are, I guess. Like, the surprise at this point would be if they do have a good game. That's where we're at.
Well, we haven't said anything. What about the quarterback? What do you expect? What do you expect? Another week. This is another week for him. This is another week of experience coming off of a game that, by the way, they won. So, I mean, he had pressure in his face. He made a couple throws, but he missed a bunch of throws. What's your expectations of him? He's going to have pressure in his face for the remainder of the season.
Oh, that's why you'd like them to go back to the Oklahoma game plan where Arch Manning was 15 for 15 on throws 5 yards or less. So get the ball out quick, short, easy passes to help your quarterback get into a rhythm. One thing that Arch Manning has really improved on, he's not turning the ball over. I mean, even for as bad as he was against Kentucky, and he was bad. This is not me trying to convince you that he was good, but he didn't turn it over. And Mississippi State secondary leads the conference in interceptions this year. So hopefully Arch Manning continues to play smart with the football like he has in recent weeks. But my biggest key for him, Buck, is just make the easy look easy. Like he's doing a much better job identifying where to go with the football. His reads are a lot better. You could tell he knows the offense more. But again, there were too many times last week and too many times this year where he just hasn't been able to make the simple throws. So do that. Maybe you start with the short stuff, get him into a rhythm, and hope that he's confident enough to hit some of those balls a little bit further down the field.
Yeah, I would say whatever you did at Oklahoma, go back to it. Their staff is going to figure that Sark is smart enough, but is Sark smart enough to do that? Or does he have to be the innovator that I can't go back to that same game plan? I mean, it only won you the game.
He's got to put his ego to the side. And it sucks, and it's hard to do. And I know he doesn't want to do it. And I don't blame him because he knows what his offense usually is.
Right.
But he's got to realize that this group cannot run what his offense usually is.
No, they can't.
So find a way to make it work with what you got. And yeah, that's what it is. It's a lot of quick, short stuff because your offensive line just can't hold up long enough. And your quarterback hadn't been consistent enough for those throws down the field.
Yeah, he's got to be more consistent. Yep, you're right.
Sucks. It's a bad place to be, but that's where we are.
Game 8, yeah, it's bad. At this time of the year, it's kind of a weird place to be.
Yeah, oh, it is. It is. It's not what any of us expected, and it's definitely not what he expected. I think that's safe to say. All right, let's do a few more sponsor shout-outs, Buck. The people need some money because Chauncey Billups has been stealing it from them. So we got to get your Gold Star locks for the weekend in a moment. But before we do that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends at Texas Orthopedics. They're experts, of course. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care. When it's time to get that knee or shoulder replaced, they are the place to go. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
And our good friends out at Horseshoe Bay Resort. Go to horseshoebayresort.com for more information. You know, there's a buy in a couple of weeks. If you want to go take a little quick vacation, head on out to Horseshoe Bay, play one of the many golf courses out there. Class A resort. The villas, the hotel, the accommodations out at Horseshoe Bay are magnificent. And once again, from my house, only 40 minutes downtown Austin, probably about an hour, but you'll love the resort and the amenities that they have out at Horseshoe Bay. The floating bar on Lake LBJ. That's where you got to hit, the floating bar. Yeah, no cycling there. You don't have to do any paddling yourself. It's just out there for you. Mm-hmm. So head to horseshoebayresort.com for more information, folks.
That place could be 3 hours away and it'd be worth the drive.
Yes, it would.
1 hour is nothing. Love Horseshoe Bay Resort. Also love Hurricane Hecht.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we talked about him earlier. If you get bit by Bucky's dog this weekend, or by anybody else's dog, or if you get hurt in a car accident, if you get injured on the job, any sort of personal injury, don't call the jabronis you see on TV. They're out hosting podcasts with little girls. They're out standing on cars. They're out doing weird stuff. Don't do weird stuff. You need an attorney who's going to fight for you every step of the way. That is Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He's been a good buddy of mine for more than a decade, and he's been fighting for justice and big results here in Central Texas for a decade plus. He is going to have your back. Look, if you get hurt, you're already dealing with enough trying to get your life back on track. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. Let Hurricane Hecht flood your pockets with cash. That's what he is going to do. And the best part, no fees unless he wins your case. Give him a call, 512-938-8929, or you can find out more information at his website, hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. Quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics, by the way, rocking a TSU hat this morning. All of our gear made by Waterloo. If you need gear, reach out to them, 512-300-9641. You can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
And, of course, our friends who are at Syntex Tickets. You need tickets. You know the place to go. Use the promo code Syntex10. Get 10% off of your purchase of tickets for no matter what. Broadway, some of you may be even thinking of getting out to Vegas. You may want to go Chauncey and get out to Vegas here over the next couple of weeks, make some big plays legally, I believe. Yeah. I believe it's legal out in Vegas. So
if you're going Chauncey, you ain't going to Vegas. You're going to some random room. You're walking in some dark alley, and all of a sudden there's a door on the left, and boom, there you go.
Man, when you tell me a guy's make $100 million and just needs to have more, that is so scary.
Yeah.
That's you got your priorities kind of mixed up right there. Hey, put a little something away on the side. But man, don't be messing with the mob. My God.
I'm telling you, man. It's crazy.
That is crazy, man. Absolutely crazy.
Well, let's make the people some money. So
all right.
You were 6-5 last weekend. That was off the heels of your worst weekend you've ever had here on Bucky and BK. But you had an incredible Monday night. You got both games of the Monday Night Football doubleheader right, and you had the Toronto Blue Jays taking care of Seattle in Game 7 of the American League Championship Series. So because you got those 3 picks right, you were back in the green this season, up 100,000 units on the year. Buck, big college and NFL weekend on tap. What do you have for the people?
Well, I'm going to go with a 150,000 unit play immediately in college football. South Florida. That's right. South Florida, 6.5 over Memphis. Forget Memphis. The Memphis of, we're back in the football game. South Florida is for real. That defense is for real. They'll get it done. So I'm taking South Florida for 150,000 units. You know who I'm taking for 100,000 units? SMU over Wake Forest.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. 2.5. I'll take SMU. I'll also take 100,000 unit play on Vandy. Bring them on. Bring them to Austin feeling good about themselves. 2.5 over Mizzou. I'll take another 100,000 unit play on Roll Tide. How do you like that? You like them?
Where are they? South Carolina this week?
Yeah, I think that's like 11.5.
Yeah, that's what I
They'll
got.
roll that group up. And you know who else I'll take? because this time of the year I never take them. I'll take Pitt 100,000 unit play over NC State at 6.5 at Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Another 100,000 unit play on University of Cincinnati over the Bears of Baylor 3.5.
Oh my God. There's some units on the line here.
I'm going to go with, because I like America, I'm going to go 100,000 unit play on Navy over FAU. That's 14.5.
Tom Herman's not there still, is he?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Okay, 14 and a hook for the midshipman. Okay.
And another 100,000 unit play on the University of Connecticut basketball versus Rice football.
I think I would take the UConn basketball team over Rice football this year.
That's 10.5. I'll take UConn.
Okay.
And these are 50,000 unit plays.
Oh my God. All right.
50,000 unit play on Kentucky, 8.5 at Kentucky. Kentucky blew their wad last week. You know how tired they're going to be versus Tennessee?
Wait, you said Kentucky. Do you mean Tennessee?
Yeah, I'm taking Tennessee. Kentucky's getting 8.5. Kentucky threw everything they could out there to win that game, and they found a way to still lose last week over Texas.
So you're taking Tennessee minus 8.5.
Yeah, Tennessee will roll them.
Got it. Okay.
I'll take 50,000 unit play on University of Washington versus ILLINI. That's 4.5 in Washington.
Okay.
And here's your NFL plays. 50,000 units on the Eagles. That Giants dream will come to an end this week. Ooh, sorry, I had a couple 100,000 unit plays there. I'm going to take a 100,000 unit play on the Atlanta Falcons. Everybody seems to be jumping on that bandwagon versus Miami, but you should jump on that bandwagon versus Miami.
Oh, Miami sucks.
Another 100,000 unit play on the first place New England Patriots over the Brownies at home. That's 7.5. And then I'll have a little 50,000 unit play on the Bills versus the Panthers. Yeah, I got a boatload going on. We're about to get back without having to go to poker night.
And you're also taking the Eagles, correct?
Yes.
50K on them?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have to go back and look. I know that this is the biggest amount of units you've ever had.
Absolutely.
For any weekend in the history of Texas Sports Unfiltered.
14, looks like.
14 bets?
Yes.
500, 600, 700, 800, 900. You've got like over 1 million units here.
I'm feeling like Chauncey. I'm a little greedy today. I'm a little greedy. I'm like your NBA players. I'm just a little tad greedy this week going into these.
You have over 1 million units. We've never talked about millions. It's always you're in the thousands. You're up 1,000. You're down 1,000. Maybe it's 6 figures, but now we're going to
I'm on a heater. I'm on a heater. And here's what I'll give you also for tonight: 50,000 unit play on Toronto.
Oh,
yeah. Sorry
Game
there.
One upset.
Max Snell.
Snell.
Yeah, we're gonna get Toronto off to a good start before they go down 6. Before they go get beaten 6.
Oh my God. I don't even know where to begin with this. There's so much to dive into.
Biggest play, the 150, folks. South Florida's for real. Memphis is not. That's not the same Memphis team. South Florida, it will throttle them.
How about having 3 American games on the slate this week? Look at you broadening your horizon a little bit.
There you go.
You know, people are talking about these TV ratings and how the SEC is dominating every other league, including the Big Ten, in terms of viewership this year. Here's the Buck saving the smaller conferences.
Navy.
He will be locked in on the CW tomorrow for SMU Wake Forest at 11 o'clock.
There you go.
Somebody's got to watch it. It's not you. It's the Buck. That's great. That may be the slogan of the CW this year. Actually, you have 4. Isn't Rice in the American too? I guess you're not betting on Rice. You're betting.
No, I'm going UConn.
But that's still 4 American games involved. That is impressive. Betting on the Patriots. Wow.
Since he's playing good ball, they got the Baylor Bears. If by the way, Baylor loses, say goodbye to your coach after this if they lose.
Yeah, Vegas is still not very high on the 6-1 Cincinnati Bearcats, who, they won at Kansas. They beat Iowa State.
You notice I didn't put your Kansas State game in this.
Well, you should bet on Kansas State because Kansas never
What?
beats Kansas. I think it's 14 years in a row the Jayhawks have lost to Kansas.
Really?
And the last couple of years, they've been like right there, and it's just like they shoot themselves in the foot. They pee down their leg.
I think they're favored like by 4.5.
Yeah, I mean, K-State has not been good this year. And
No.
not that Kansas has been all that great, but it's a home game for
K-State still toting out their Blondie at quarterback.
Yeah, Avery Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not very good. But he's, they got much bigger problems besides him. But K-State at Kansas, both teams coming off a bye. I'm sure the country will be locked in on that one tomorrow at 11 a.m. on TNT.
I'm connected. I have insider information on the South Florida game.
Well, I will tell you what, if you do have a great weekend, then I am going to be wondering if you're next on this FBI probe.
Oh, no.
If you have one of your normal weekends where, you're maybe a game or two under 500, then it's like, all right, he doesn't know anything. But if you're going,
if
12
I win 9, if I
going,
go 9 or 10.
Yeah, especially if it's like 11 or 12 out of your 14 picks, and I'm going to be very skeptical here that you know something that you're not supposed to know.
Sleeping with the fishes.
That'll be you. All right. Any thoughts? Cowboys at Broncos Sunday afternoon in Denver.
The over. Denver's got to be able to score some points, didn't they? They had that comeback last week.
They did. Yeah, they were down 19-0.
Scored 33 points in the damn fourth quarter.
Yeah. One of the most insane games you'll ever see. If you had Giants money line, I'm so sorry. Well, that's on you for betting on the Giants, I guess. But yeah, 19-0. Broncos score 33 points in the fourth quarter to win that game. So there's two ways to look at it. It's like, well, that was an impressive comeback and their offense got hot at the right time. Or it's you were down 19-0 at home to the Giants.
Yeah, really.
What happened? But Denver's 5-2 this year. I think they're a good team. I think last week was a little bit of a blip. I think their defense is elite. And here's my thought. If the Cowboys offense could put up 30 or 40 against this group, they have to
make a move.
They do. I don't think they will. I think Denver's defense is too good. Dak has had 4 straight games with at least 3 touchdowns and 0 interceptions.
He's had over 300 yards of offense in all these games, right?
Oh, easily. There's only one quarterback in NFL history, Buck, that has had 5 straight games with 3 or more passing touchdowns and 0 or less interceptions or less. Dak Prescott can become number 2 on Sunday. Now, Denver's defense is good. Once again, I don't know if that's going to happen. But if the Cowboys defense puts on a show, especially if the Cowboys win this game in the Mile High, then you might have to make a move to fix that defense because this offense, they've proven everything they need to prove. It'll be a good test, good strength on strength there. By the way, Brandon Aubrey in Denver, Buck.
Wow.
That may be your biggest storyline there. We could see some history this weekend, that light air. What about 49ers at Texans? The Texans are favored. I'm a little surprised you didn't bet on the Niners here.
No, is Joe Mixon ever playing for them? Or is he going to start even if he comes back?
I would think he'd get the opportunity to start when he comes back, but he's not.
They like the young rookie.
Yeah, Woody Marks, the 4th rounder out of USC. I mean, Nick Chubb's been fine. He's shown a little bit this year, but look, the Texans are 2-4, and the Niners are 5-2, and Houston is a 2.5-point favorite. The game's in Houston. It's a DeMeco Ryans revenge game, if you will. Obviously coached under Kyle Shanahan for a few years in San Francisco. But that was a bit surprising to me that the Texans were favored. But I kind of like the Texans in this game. I say I'm surprised, and here I am picking them to win. Whether it's Mac Jones or Brock Purdy, who I think is questionable right now, I just think the Texans' defense is so good that they are going to find a way to win a knockdown, drag-out slugfest.
And DeMeco Collins, he's out still?
Nico Collins?
Yeah.
DeMeco Collins? Nico Collins?
Yeah,
I don't think they've ruled him out. but I don't think he's expected to play.
Yeah. Well, the one game I was looking at is the Jets still stink, and they're going to the Bengals, and the Bengals stink. Who's playing quarterback for the Bengals this week?
Flacco.
Flacco again? He could have a big game over the Jets, couldn't he?
Flacco's been really good. I mean,
He'll get the ball to Chase. Yeah, he could have a big game over the Jets. That seems like one that I'll have to call up Chauncey and get that done on Sunday.
6.5 is the number. Jets at Bengals. The Jets 0-7. When are the Jets going to win a football game?
Yeah, Woody Johnson's pretty glad he made that maneuver at head coach.
Oh yeah, well, I love how he's blaming the quarterback. It's like, dude, you got the quarterback. You let Aaron Rodgers go, and you brought in Justin Fields. So
yes,
blaming him, blame yourself. Look in the mirror, sir. He's clueless, man.
He's going to have that. He's going to have that gig for 1 year. Woody Johnson's going to pay him, and Aaron Glenn's going to be back to being a defensive coordinator here shortly.
Bad ownership is a problem in sports. Ask any Cowboys fan, but the Jets have been dealing with it for a long time as well. All right. Any college games you want to give your thoughts on? Ole Miss at OU. We could talk about some of these during our pregame show tomorrow.
Yeah, the Alabama, the Vanderbilt game. A lot of people really feel like Missouri can go in there and really hold their own. Yeah. I think this is where Vandy gets a not one of those easy wins. I mean, I think they win by 10 or more, BK. I think they go in there at home and really, like you said, college game days there. They're going to be all fired up there. This is going to be a big game for the round-shouldered little quarterback this week.
I like Vandy too. I also like OU. I like a lot of home teams tomorrow, which is not good from a Texas standpoint. But
you like John Interceptier this week?
I like John Interceptier this week. I like Vandy this week. I like Iowa State knocking off BYU in Ames this week.
Ooh.
I like LSU handing A&M their first loss this week. And Firewatch, Auburn at Arkansas.
Oh, yeah.
If Auburn loses to the already fired Arkansas team, I guess coach already fired Arkansas team, then Hugh Freeze might be out of work come Sunday.
What's Joey McGuire going to try to do to Oklahoma State, the Gundyless Oklahoma State group? That thing is like 38 points. 38 points. I got to take Oklahoma State just for the hell of it. They're not going to get beat by 37 points.
Dude, betting on Oklahoma State is the dumbest thing you can do right now. Like literally calling Chauncey Billups on his wiretapped phone and saying, I'd like to play a game of poker tonight is smarter than betting on Oklahoma State.
You think his phone is tapped?
Oh, my God. I think his house, his phone, his car, his everything. I feel for his
gel cell is tapped.
It's tough. Tough scene. All right. Let's bring on the boys here. I see them in the waiting room. We've got Double R. We've got Wags. Gentlemen, good morning.
People are going to be sleeping with the fishes after this weekend, Wags.
They already are. What are you talking about? They already are, right?
How about that X-ray table?
Somebody's been calling. My uncle's been missing for like the last week. He played in the NBA. Does anybody know where my uncle is?
I don't. But BK, I've been telling you that I got cousins in the Jewish mafia, right? I've been telling you this.
Uh-oh.
We run some numbers, boys. We run some numbers.
I don't know.
I'm just kidding. With all the news out there, I'm absolutely kidding.
I am not an accomplice. I don't know what you're saying.
I like the X-ray table, man. That's pretty cool. That's pretty damn smart right there to have that. That's
a lot of work. That'll piss a lot of people off. You screw that up, they're going to be mad.
That costs a lot of money. That's why you had to
I just saw something like a referee, an SEC official that was under scrutiny for the Auburn and Georgia calls just got suspended. I don't have the name of the official, but he just received suspension.
When Kirby called the timeout, right? Or the
not the timeout. Or not just the timeout, all game long of that game.
Yeah. Yeah, the SEC announced that they were suspending one of their head referees because a bunch of people were complaining about him, I guess. So,
wow, how about just because they suck?
That is a part of it too.
Yeah.
You know, you can buy those cards. You can buy like see-through poker cards or just a regular deck of cards, but that have like a special type of glasses that come with it. And then you can rig your own poker games in your neighborhood, boys.
Really?
Might have to try that.
You mean
Might
my
have to do that.
taking some money
Are
from
they
my buddies?
legit though? Are they legit? I
mean,
saw
are they
that stuff. Are they legit? Like
Fred
you can
Sanford had
you
those.
can see through these cards. Like you literally see like the you can see like the print on them, right? Like they have a special number that pulls out too, but also there's a special coloring code that shows you what type of suit it is, what number it is. It's wild, man.
Is that what that dude did at the St. Jude's Walk? BK, remember that dude blew us away when he was like able to knew what card you had and all this stuff. How did that guy do?
Magicians. That was magic. That's different.
Certain things are magic. See, guys, certain things there is really magic.
Certain things are
Guys,
magic.
you know what I did last night? So I'm in DFW here in the confines of the Hilton True by Hilton, and it thundered, and I mean the weather was out of control. So you know what I did to kind of shield the sound of the thunder?
Oh,
Cowbells?
Cowbell.
Oh
buddy.
my God.
about
You
that.
bringing it, are you welcoming it in? You trying to go behind enemy lines? So you're trying to become accustomed to it right now?
I was hoping the team could hear it wherever they are.
You're going to hate that on TV. That sound tomorrow, even on TV, is going to drive you nuts.
I'm probably about to get thrown out of here, but
I am flustered. I don't even know how to do a show anymore. I can't talk anymore. There's too much cowbell.
A little bit of
Oh,
cowbell.
my God.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need more cowbell.
False start. Sorry, that was a false.
damn cowbell.
Rodney, how
See?
many false starts tomorrow? How many do you say? I'm saying 12 penalties total, so I'm going to give them 4 false starts tomorrow.
I'm thinking about 6 false starts, and I think penalties are going to probably be somewhere around 10, but
Man.
it's going to be a false start because of this.
He's talking about 6 false starts. BK, that won't work. That's too many.
So your guest yesterday, when he was talking about, so when the center goes over the ball, they stop ringing the cowbell, but that's for state, right? That's not for Texas. For Texas, they're going to keep ringing the cowbell.
No, they're not supposed to.
Okay.
They're not. They're supposed to stop.
I mean, they don't really ring it at all. Like, I guess after they have a big play on offense, they'll ring it, but like they'll stop way before because they don't want to distract the offense when they're trying to hear the play. But no, on defense too, they're supposed to stop when the opposing center gets over the ball.
If our center just raises his hand and says, "Please, can you guys stop?" What do you think?
Yeah, Arch Manning, right as Connor Robertson gets set. Hey,
yeah, that'll do it. That'll work.
Yep.
The center can be like the wide receivers. Be like, okay, we need a flag. We need a flag here. I hear a bell ringing. That's what needs to happen.
Whatever it takes.
My freshman year, we scrimmaged Maryland School for the Deaf, and they had
Bring all the cowbells you want.
They had drums. They brought all kinds of shit, and they were bad. So they go off the concussion and the feeling and the vibration of the drum, right? That's how they use their cadence. But a lot of times it's just silent count, right? So I mean, there'll be times where they're just banging the shit out of things just real intensely to kind of get you to jump, and it was a good lesson, man. And which brings me to my point: if you can go through one of those battle-tested moments to where you're going up against the school for the deaf. Maybe it's some good training experience, huh? Or maybe it's a good training experiment, I would think. We jumped off sides like every damn play, man.
Maybe Texas should have scheduled or should have scrimmaged the Texas School for the Deaf this week.
That's what I was trying to bring. That's what I was trying to allude to. Man.
How bad were you at football that you were having to play against the deaf kids, Wags?
There wasn't that many schools around. We were terrible. I mean, I'll be honest. Our Brunswick High School at the time, my senior year was our first trip into the playoffs in 4 years, and before that, it used to go like every 4 years. The seniors, when I was a freshman, were the last team to get to the playoffs, and then the year after I went, they went to state. They went down state, but they lost in state to Forest Park.
They lost to the School for the Blind in the state championship.
Sisters of the Weak and Unscrupulous.
Oh my God.
But yeah, man, that's just oh God. And I remember like this guy, Ellis, not that he's listening, Ellis Woodcock lost his shit and went off on a deaf kid. And we're just like, Ellis, He can't
hear you.
Hear you, dude. Like, what are you doing?
What is he saying? I have a wood cock, and you don't.
Exactly. That's the type of shit that he was saying too. Like, it's just real stupid. And he was like, "Buddy, you're gone. You're out. You're ejected."
What's the
Ellis,
whoa? Why you get ejected for that?
Ellis Woodcock did.
They can't hear him.
But
like
it offended
louder.
the officials. You're not allowed to use that.
Oh,
not allowed to use that kind of. Hey, they play to a
gentleman's sport. We have
to a different
standards,
standard.
BK. We have standards.
Yeah. The other kids are smiling. They're like, they have no idea what's going on. It's like when you talk to somebody that can't speak English, and they're just smiling. You call them, "Hey, dickhead," and they're like.
So his full nickname in high school was Ellis Limp Dick Woodcock.
Wow, very nice.
Yeah.
It went.
Yeah.
Rodney, when I get with people that don't understand English, I tend to talk louder to them for some reason. Like now they can understand me.
Yeah.
The louder I talk, it's going to be better for them. They're looking at me like, "I don't understand, dude." I'm like, "Well, if I talk louder, do you get it now?" No, dumbass, I don't get it.
Right. Talk louder, talk slower. It's like, no. I still can't hear you. I still don't.
Why doesn't that work?
Yeah. Do you guys also, like, when you get to a busy intersection, do you turn the radio down?
No.
I do. Where it's like, there's a lot of traffic. It's like you turn whatever you're listening to, whether it's a Spotify or the free Texas
That's
Sports
interesting.
Unfiltered out.
Do you turn it down when you're parking?
No, when I'm trying to like cross.
I know, but I'm just asking because my granddad used to do that shit. He would turn it down when he was parking, and I'd be like, "What?
Well,
you need to concentrate."
Confined space. Yeah, a lot of
That's
people turn the radio down.
And Rodney, I'm going to check myself out and see if I do that when I get nice little experiment. Yeah,
experimental.
What's the point? What's the point of that?
He wants to pay attention through the intersection. He feels like he needs it quieter.
Yeah, quieter. That way I can know what's going on.
I'll do that at a train station or like at train tracks and stuff like that, just to make sure, even if I don't see a signal or whatever, just to make sure I don't hear any trains or something. Yeah, like that's something that we were always taught, growing up where I was from. But usually that's the only time I'll do that. But I've never turned my music down to parallel park or to go to a intersection or anything like that.
Yeah, see, we didn't have in my little Catholic school. We didn't have driver's ed, so your parents had to take you to the parking lot on the ice and teach you how to do all that stuff because your first time trying to get your license, it was a state trooper who got in the car with you.
Oh yeah.
You didn't have any prelims with driver's ed. It had to be your friends taught you how to drive, and then that dude got in there with his big ass hat on,
with that big old smoky. Yep, with that big old smoky on.
And first thing you did was put one hand up, and he started telling you directions of this and that. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna fail this.
Yeah, I remember because we had driver's ed, and then you would ride with the trooper. But I remember I was driving. I've been driving forever, and it's like I'm at 12 o'clock like this.
I just
you got your hand behind. You got your hand behind the trooper too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like summer school. This is free for the babes.
Yes. Great pool. Chainsaw. Dave and Chainsaw. Great pool, man.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Hey Bucky, so I do want to ask you. So if this offense comes out tomorrow and they look like a bunch of stumble bums, how do can they respond from a slow start with offense, or do we see again what we saw last week? I mean, I just don't.
I can only say this: we're 3-1 in SEC play right now. So
no, we're not. We're 2-1.
Okay, we're 2-1, looking to be 3-1. If we get to be 3-1, a win is a win. Just because they'll be fired up for next week. It's just a natural fired up. Hey, it's human nature,
Well, I hope they're not thinking about next week this week, because
haven't been home in a while.
If you win tomorrow, the narrative's going to change. I mean, I get eye test matters a little bit, but you go 3-1 through this hellacious month of October, where you play 4 straight games away from home. It ain't the worst thing in the world. Now, again, you got a lot tougher opponents in the month of November with Vandy, Georgia, and A&M still on the slate. So I'm not saying it guarantees you anything in November, but Texas wins this game tomorrow. That's going to be the message that is being spread down at Moncrief. So get ready.
Yeah, I mean, if they play a really good game and win the game, everything will be fine, because I don't think there's even one Longhorn fan that will think that Texas A&M is going to win in Austin, no matter how good Texas A&M is playing, because they should be undefeated, and we want them undefeated all the way up to that trip here.
Yeah,
I agree close. I'm getting closer.
Getting closer to going A&M's way now.
to thinking that could happen.
Yeah,
Texas A&M's going to win. Texas A&M's
we'll see tomorrow. But A&M's got a good test tomorrow. We'll see. Tomorrow's a big day in the SEC.
Have you been watching A&M this season?
Who?
Have you been watching Texas A&M this season?
Yeah, it's part of this job.
They're going to beat the brakes off of Texas.
Oh,
what?
What?
Oh yeah. If the way that Texas is playing now and the way that A&M is playing now, A&M by 2 scores.
Yeah, A&M, all their great wins against Notre Dame, and
I'll speak it the other way. If I gotta straddle like I did against Oklahoma to make this thing happen and get us a victory to where I got to come on here and eat crow, I'll do it.
Do it. Thank you.
So you're feeling A&M's way even right
now? Right
now,
I do. Like they just got too much top end speed. They got quickness too. And Concepcion, he's pretty damn. He's pretty special. And then Carver, they get Carver in space. They create one-on-ones for their speed athletes, right? They're doing something and scheming something that we cannot. And half the reason is they got linemen that can get out there to the flats and make blocks in a one-on-one situation.
They seem hungrier. They do seem hungrier.
I don't.
So
Wags is just Wags is a Marine and he loves the Corps and respects what they stand for so much that is why he is.
That is why I see now. I see.
The former end of that statement is true. The latter portion is.
He's going to Yale practice. He's going to be out there just like a milkman coming up.
I'm just trying to be real, guys. Like I'm just trying to temper expectations.
I'm with you. I'm telling you.
I'm with you. Just keep it real till they get here. It won't be real. It'll be real when they get here. No matter what the records are like, it's that's like Oklahoma. Did you take Oklahoma also?
I did.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
I ate crow. Give me a feasty dish. Give me a feasty dish for Thanksgiving, boys.
Do you feel better about A&M than you do about Oklahoma?
No.
No.
Actually, I kind of do because A&M's offense is geared up. Their defense is, I'd say their defense is formidable, but Oklahoma's defense is better than A&M's in my opinion. But A&M's offense right now is just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
We need to bring our best game. We can't be having 9 penalties against A&M, or it's going to be like
that's a home game. We pay them off there. It
doesn't matter where we're at. We're still committing penalties.
Yeah,
there's a payoff coming when that home game right there between us and A&M. That's a payoff. That's Sark. You watch how close Sark is with the officials that day.
Well, we need to go into Starksville and make it Sarksville. So let's get at it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
One game at a time, boys.
All right, guys.
I got a big game tonight. Battle of the Lakes tonight.
Oh yeah, the MILF Bowl, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's right.
I might have to go to that. All right.
Might direct some.
I'll see you tomorrow, BK.
Later, boys.
See you guys.
I'm supposed to pick my wife up, but I might go to the MILF Bowl.
Take her to the MILF Bowl. Take her. Yeah. Take her.
No, man. I mean, I hate to piss in people's Cheerios this morning, but that's just kind of how I'm seeing it. And it shouldn't be any surprise. Those of you that have been watching Chaos Theory for the past month now, I've been saying it's going to be a rough November. It's been a long November. Is that that's the Crows, right? The County Crows?
Probably.
It's going to be a long November, man.
It definitely is one of those things to where when you look at, the balance does seem better for Texas A&M. But again, like BK mentioned, with the wins, Texas has a win over Oklahoma. And I do still go back to when you want to hang some stuff on Texas with the Ohio State.
I'm sorry, brother. MILF Bowl sponsored by HEB Yoga Pig.
Let me tell you
something. Word of the day right there.
That was when we were at the Horn. And I would go in on Saturday. I would find a reason on Saturday morning to stop at that HEB over there at 360. And it's just to go get some donuts that I would give away.
Right.
Yeah, I don't eat donuts, man.
Milkman Ronnie's here with the donuts, lady.
Yeah, the milkman shows up, and it's like I'm just gonna walk around here and enjoy that yoga. So many of those ladies that wear yoga pants, they don't even know what yoga is, right? It's like. Yoga, wear yoga. They wear them.
My wife goes to yoga a lot, and she wears yoga pants. So
my wife wears them for workout. Yeah,
I enjoy them. I love them.
Hey man, it's a great invention.
I would say they're more for us than they are for them, but
and I have to tell you,
just my observation. So where you want to go? Where you want to go first, partner? We've kind of hey, can we play a little game today?
Oh,
can we play a little game later? We were supposed to
Price is Right.
No, I was thinking about. All right, so look, let me be fully transparent here. You guys know I've been trying to eat better, been trying to do a lot of the water and coffee.
Here's what we play.
The price is wrong, bitch.
Thank you, Adam Sandler. We appreciate that, Bob. But I've been trying to drink the coffee and the water, cut out the soda, cut out like the fast food. But I gotta tell you, it's the dopamine for me, right? Like I'm a huge board game guy. I love Monopoly.
Dope is great.
No, I mean just that instant gratification, right? That stuff that triggers me, that makes me, oh yes, that's just so much positive feedback, positive energy right now. The dopamine's hitting, right? And I get that from. It's stupid to say this, and it's stupid to admit this, but this McDonald's Monopoly game has got me back into the fast food. Rodney and fam, Texas Sports Unfiltered fam, I'm ashamed to admit this, but I have to come clean. I got to get it off my chest. If we're having a little bit of Friday confessional here.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
I have had McDonald's, and this is not an embellishment. This is a guilty admission. My wife's been gone for about a week, right? My wife has been gone since last Friday. I'm not even lying. I've had it every day and sometimes twice a day. It's so convenient. It's right. It's the first shop right around my corner, right?
One right there now.
And I got all these damn free things to just make them rain, boys. Just gonna make them rain. I got all these free items and coupons that just tell me to keep coming back. And my board, I'm one piece away from almost everything, like the Audio Technica turntable, the Lowe's 50,000 spending spree. And I know I'm not going to win any of this shit. I understand that. But it just, when I think I'm out, they keep me coming back, man. It's ridiculous.
Wags, I remember way back when I was a kid, I think it was Pepsi. It was Pepsi that had a thing where you would buy like a bottle of Pepsi, and you took the cap off and you peeled the little thing off the bottom of the cap, and you had to spell like challenge.
Something, or you had to get the numbers or synchronize the numbers. It's ridiculous, man.
And it was always
all to action, dude. It's great marketing, man.
Yeah, we'd have all these lines laid out on the table, lines of caps, lines of bottle caps. And we were like missing the G on every one of them. It's like, did they even produce a G? They probably produced
If I get Park Place at Pacific one more time, I'm gonna throw some shit. All right. I can't get Boardwalk in North Carolina to save my life.
The coolest game that there ever was, and we'll get to sports in a minute. Yeah, Pepsi Blue, absolutely. Anybody remember Miller Clear? That beer. It was kind of right before Zima.
No, are you kidding me? They had Miller a beer Clear. That was clear.
It was in a clear bottle.
Clear beer.
Miller Clear, and it tasted like
you tasted it, right?
Oh, a time or two. Yeah, it tasted like light beer, but it was clear, but it was thick. It was kind of syrupy, in a clear bottle. But it was weird. Way back in the day, HEB, our great HEB, they had a game where you would go buy whatever, and they gave you a little game card. And what they would do at 6:30 on Saturdays, they had like horse races, and it was 5 races, and you had your card, and you peel that thing off, and it said race 1, 9, like horse number 9. You got one pick in every race, and if you hit that, I mean, you would win. And it was like racing from Gulfstream Park. I guess it was the early phases of gambling, I guess is what that was. But it didn't cost you anything. They just gave you the card at HEB. They called it "Let's Go to the Races." That was cool. That was way back.
I do not know that one.
Oh man, that was a good one. Good coffee here, by the way.
Anyways, this McDonald's game has got me thinking of some games to play, and I wanted to do something that was a little fun today, right? We've had some guests, right? We've had some guests this week. We haven't exactly been able to chop it up a little bit, and I know you're on the road, so I wanted to kind of keep it light a little bit going into this weekend. I know there's been a lot of, stress or at least stress on my plate of the Longhorns going into Starkville and trying to come out with a victory here and just trying to keep everything on track. Okay. But if I tell you that I want to play a game of Guess Who, are you up for it?
Yeah, man. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Fun little game here.
Jake, Mr. Pibb. Dude, I love Mr. Pibb.
All right. One more soda. Mr. Pibb was good. Mellow Yellow, like the off brand of Mountain Dew. That was really good too.
Mellow Yellow wasn't bad. They have that up in the Carolinas still. You can, when Chaffee travels, That dude, he comes back home with
back mellow yellow. I know they got Pibb up
Yes.
there. They got Mr. Pibb up north.
Yeah. See, Mr. Pibb, they used to have that at the movies. And again, a lot of these sodas make my pee-pee burn, but I would, pain or not, got to have Mr. Pibb.
Surge was fantastic. Vault, I don't remember Vault.
I do remember
I'll
Vault.
have to look Vault up.
I do remember Vault.
So, and in last week, out of curiosity, and I'm probably going to get dragged for this, but I tasted.
Hey, you're on a roll today, dude. Might as well.
I know, right? I'm just all the. Yeah, I told you it's Friday confessional. Okay, I told you I was trying to get better, but last week, I've just out of curiosity, I've said, you know what, man, we've already broken we've broken the barrier here. We've broken the rules. Let's just go ahead and dip into this thing. I tasted a Big Red. A Big Red soda for the first time in my life. I tasted a Big Red. I got I can understand why people are there and people love it so much. I'm just not into strawberry based drinks, but it's got a little bit of a zest to it too, right? Like it's got a strawberry zest to it. That's the best way I can describe a Big Red soda taste.
Never a Big Red fan, because then you're belching it all day, and it's that taste.
Yeah, you do. I did taste the aftertaste, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like birch beer. Well, that same effect that birch beer has. It's not quite root beer, but it's just different.
A lot of folks swear wags when it comes to Big Red that they like that with barbecue, like with brisket. I mean, I see a lot of folks where it's like, if I'm gonna have brisket, I gotta have Big Red. To where with me, I'm either having iced tea or beer, one of the two. I mean, with brisket to me is what goes off well. I've tried the Big Red with brisket, and it's like I don't get the fascination with that at all.
Again, I only tried it the other time, just the other day or last week. So maybe I'll give that a shot. But usually it's like a light beer. I usually go with Pacifico, man, for barbecue when I'm having something. Man, I love love a nice little 6-pack of Pacifico there. All right, where do you want to go first, man? You want to do this little game I want to play? It's fun playing a game when you play Guess Who. You want to play some Guess Who?
Let's dive off with Thursday Night Football because I was thinking about you last night.
I know we're not sponsored by Hansborough yet, but hopefully, or Milton Brothers. What is it, Milton Brothers? Right?
Milton Brothers is Hasbro and Disney, of course.
Disney, that's
hands and everything. But I was thinking about you last night, again, fully clothed.
On the road or in bed? What's going on here?
I was fully clothed sitting here at this desk watching Thursday Night Football. You know, you last year with Sam Darnold. Great call by you, by the way. And Sam Darnold.
I get lucky, man. I get lucky.
Hey, me too, every now and then. Has moved on, doing great things at Seattle. But you sit and you watch Minnesota, and you've got Carson Wentz that is rolling out here. And that guy, you want to talk about a fall from grace, that short, what was it, that 1 year, 11-week run that he had?
Up too, though, dude. Like he was having a great, and then once the knee got busted, it kind of went to shit, right? It did. There's really, and I'm not blaming that on the injury. I'm sure a lot of it's on his play too, but you got to remember that knee injury, right?
Yeah. But when you look at Minnesota and Kevin O'Connell, and I guess JJ is supposed to be coming back for their next game, which I think they have a bye week coming up, but back for their next game against Detroit. But if you're Minnesota, you've put yourself in a 3-4 hole here in a North that is, Chicago's emerging, doing really good things. Green Bay's still there, but it's like, Minnesota, I think you made the wrong move. Maybe you should have held on. Maybe you should have paid that guy, right?
Paid for Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
It's in. I think in a league now, or I guess an era now where quarterback play is just such a scarcity. I think you got to go with what you know, right? Instead of taking the risk and hopefully you get something in the shuffle, coming to you on the next card or whatever. I don't think that's the route to take anymore. They're clearly not a dime a dozen. It's a quarterback league, but great quarterback play is a premium, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look, you're seeing it with Dak, right? Like there's a reason, and people can question, the amount of money that Jerry paid for Dak Prescott, but look at what you're getting now from the Cowboys offense. Like it is the number one offense in the league, right? And the question, I think the number one question should be now is if you can continue to keep playing like this, at what point, with the trade deadline coming up, do you
make a move?
Do you make a move? Do you feel like you can go and get this thing with Washington stumbling back because of injury? Philadelphia clearly doesn't look like the team that they were last year. Now, of course, they can turn it on at any time. I get that, right? But Dallas is still, when we first rolled this season out, there was like, holy shit, the sky's falling. But now all of a sudden you're telling me there's a little bit of a chance, right? The defense has gotten a little bit healthier. And after, if they can play a little bit like they played last Sunday, Jesus, I mean, you can't waste an MVP season like that Dak Prescott is having and not even glance at the playoffs. You just can't.
And so much of this has been, I mean, for folks that want to talk about the deficiencies on defense and the missing stuff. Look, when you take Micah Parsons out of the equation, that's going to be a big thing. And now you're lacking that piece. No surprise. There's no surprise to that at all. But look what Dallas has done with the running game. And
that's got to be on house money too, right? You took a risk there and it paid off.
Yeah. Wags, I said on this program, that guy.
We all did. We all he ain't been the same since his rookie year. Like we all said the same shit, right?
Yeah. But you've got an offensive line that is, and so much of this I was having this conversation last night with some dudes at the hotel bar, to where it's like, I really think, and again, this is a move again that I completely laughed at and kind of poo-pooed upon. Shoddy's got these dudes fired up, man. That guy's got some emotion. He finds ways to block the Jerry distractions out. I mean, he somehow has. I mean, the dude. I haven't really been
paying attention to that. I haven't really been paying attention to the noise or the locker room noise. But here's the one thing I have seen from Shoddy, right? Like even from week one, I think I even tweeted this. I was just like, man, this looks like Marty Ball. You know what I mean? And now there's. I don't think Marty Ball is so much dynamic and open through the air as Brian Schottenheimer's scheme is, but you can see visions of Marty Ball in these run schemes that he has, right? When Williams
Marty liked to run the ball.
Yep. 100%, dude. You can see pulling guards, just it almost looks like student body left and student body right at times, right? You can see a lot of that offense that Marty Ball had really kind of installed or implemented into Schottenheimer's or Brian Schottenheimer's scheme, man. It's number one for a reason, dude. It is firing on, and they did it without arguably their best weapon, in not just the best weapon on the team, one of the best weapons in the league. So
yeah, they're utilizing everything.
I think you got to make a move, dude.
You have to. I think even if you go in, because look, this is, and I think that the narrative has changed a little bit to where let's say that you go in and let's say this offense gets slowed down against Denver. That's a really good. Now that's a good defense. That's a really good defense.
Who are you talking about?
The Denver defense. If Dak and the Cowboys,
that's the matchup this week. So
that's it. So if you don't score 37, 38, whatever this week, I'm gonna give you a pass because that's a good defense. But I think regardless of what happens on Sunday, you've got to do something on the defense because you're close. And like you said, the division has come back to you. You are a player.
You've received a gift from the gridiron gods, right? Like it's time to actually cash this thing in, right? And I know winning is never bad. It's never bad. But if you have this many questions around your roster and you're winning like this and you get into the playoffs and somehow you make a run but don't get everything, do you do your franchise and roster a disservice by not getting a better draft pick when you know that this wasn't exactly the year, right? Yeah. But you see, signs, come upon you within midway through the damn season saying like, hey, man, we got a chance. You got the number one offense in the league. You have a quarterback that's playing at an MVP caliber right now. You've found a running game, so you're on house money. How can you not make a damn move to acquire a piece that will set you off and give you that edge, that advantage on Sunday to maybe give you a championship defense? And I know it's gonna ego sucks. We hear this all the time, right? You got to kind of swallow your pride and say, yeah, we traded away an edge rusher, but maybe we need to go get another edge. Maybe we saw a little bit of vulnerability with our passing attack. That's where I'm at now, man. So I don't know. You got to help out Dallas's defense a little bit. I don't have the right answer for you. I just have an answer.
And I'll tell you where a lot of it is, because what you do see is you had the edge rusher, you had that guy, you let him get away.
That's just it. Like, you got to swallow the pride. That's what I was saying. You have to. Maybe you're swallowing pride to saying, all right, well, so what you're just being redundant. You're backtracking on what you did. So.
And where I go to this is, look, Micah Parsons seems like a really good dude, but there were a lot of distractions. I mean, with the podcast and with the whatever. I mean, there's at whatever point where he says that his quarterback is not one of the best top five quarterbacks.
Was he not a team guy? I heard, like, time and time out that everybody said he was just one of the greatest dudes in the locker room, though.
It seemed to be. I mean, it really seemed to be. But again, we're not behind that. We're not behind those doors of the star.
And there's what's that old saying? There's three sides to every story.
Right.
There's his side, there's that side, and then there's the truth.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. And then at whatever point that relationship is strained, so that's going to affect you moving forward. So get beyond that. Where I'm curious to see if the Cowboys make a move, which they do need to help this offense out a little bit, is what do you do? Because when the Max Crosby thing came up, and apparently that's not going to happen, that was never going to happen. But with those 2 first-round draft picks that you got for Micah, how does the organization do you throw those away?
Right? Are you going to package? Are you going to package that together to get somebody that's been in the league for 5 years and it's got some knocks on him? Or and here's, so Jake kind of brings up a good little scenario here, right? It brings up Caleb Downs. Okay, you could go up and get Caleb Downs in the draft next year, right? I guess here's the question that you need to ask: if everybody wants to cash in on this season and take those draft picks and package that, ultimately you got to ask yourself, and again, nothing's guaranteed, right? You're making the move to kind of get you into position because you have an offense like this, right? But if everybody comes back next year and you're adding pieces to the line too, you should be able to fire on all cylinders just like you're doing this year. I mean, I don't know if Dak's going to be able to play at an MVP level that he is. Right. It's hard to repeat success. It just is. Yep. Or it's hard to play at a high caliber for a long period of time, right? There's just peaks and valleys in everything. But I guess the ultimate question, the outlier, is, are you willing to salvage what could be a great future with guaranteed picks, right, for what you have in a 5-year player, a player that's got 5 years experience and already got wear and tear on the wheels, right? Like, it's a big question. Like, unless there's a guarantee, which there's not, to bring home the Lombardi Trophy, I don't think you can make the move. I'm kind of with Jake here, man. I think you sit and wait. I think you just you've made the move. Yes, you got a great offense. You got an offense that's firing on all calibers, but let's go with the plan. You got a first-year head coach right now. Let's just go with what he wants to do, and let's build him a franchise and a roster that he wants.
Yeah, and it's, we've seen it with Dak, and a lot of it beyond his own doing, Wags. I mean, look, come on. He'll have a stellar year. The next year he's hurt. And I mean, when it comes to those things, that's to where
that's a great point. That's kind of been, Dak's real setback is just the injury, right? Like, his gameplay is usually there, but it has been hindered because of an injury.
Yeah, blow it out of the water, and then the next year he goes down and misses half the season. But I think the other thing that you do need to think about right now, and especially with those picks, because that was, remember when this whole trade went down, it was like, okay, Dallas has these picks. With those picks, they need to start looking at quarterback moving forward for the future. And then this dude,
I remember that. I remember, yeah,
he's in year 10, and this guy is doing this right now. So I think you need to take what you have.
That 10th year snuck up, huh?
Did, right? And just look back on the whole progression of it. It's been hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. But when he's hot, he's hot. But injuries are, but to be very transparent, why has Dak gotten hurt? Bad offensive line play, can't run the ball,
or inconsistent offensive line play.
Yeah, right. Bad play calling. I mean, all of that is fixed, it seems like right now. So you got to make a move somewhere. Don't hit a home run, but maybe get a double. Maybe shoot for a double here.
All right, I like that little baseball analogy. We got some World Series to preview today. Game 1, tonight. We'll be talking a little bit about that. But also, before we go anywhere, if you get hurt on the job or get injured or somewhere, maybe the Longhorns hurt your feelings or something, maybe you want to call up our guy Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He is a new lawyer and personal attorney right here in our fair burg of Austin, Texas. proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. It's Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. Injured in a car accident or you got that dog bite, you got to give him a call. Hurricane Hecht has been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. No fees unless he gets the green in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families, and you when you call him today. 512-938-8929. Again, those lottery numbers, 512-938-8929, or email Ryan at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Email again at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com, HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell them the crew from TSU sent you.
Yeah, absolutely. Big weekend coming up. You got Texas football. You got plenty of great SEC football. You got NFL football, all of that coming up. NASCAR playoffs, Formula One in Mexico. You got your Netflix and chill. You got all those things that you want to do. There's not a better system to do it on than an AV consultations system. avconsultations.com. 512-255-8678. Oh, yeah, it's hockey season too. Here's a word from the kid.
This is The Kid with Audiovisual Consultation.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audiovisual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. Yeah, man. AV Consultations, avconsultations.com. I need to talk to Tom about getting me a remote hookup in my travel trailer when I'm traveling with my stuff so I can watch all those great things.
Are you kidding me? You prima donna.
I'm going to see if I can get him to put me some stuff on the side so I can, it'd be good for business. You know, folks are coming around, you know, they can watch some football. If you're looking to get yourself around, CobraBK.com, check out the weekly specials. The weekend is coming up. Rainy weekend coming up in the ATX. That's all right. You can still go find that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It is Cobra BK.
You see Cobra everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Cobra's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
All right, nobody beats Covert deal. Not now, not ever. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Looking for that home renovation project. You're going to want to spend some time outside. I walked outside this morning, Wags. It's nice and chilly over here after all the rain. So feeling great, and it's going to be feeling great. And that's when you want to hang out outside. If you've got an outdoor project, that's the folks that you need to call. Also, those indoor renovation projects, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects. Check out the 5-star Google ratings online as well. Better Business Bureau, top ratings there. And they've been doing it for 4 decades, 40 plus years, a father-son team right in Central Texas. It is McCall Custom Homes. Best news for you right now. Free estimates for TSU listeners, 512-633-9580. Call or text our man, Mike McCall. And by the way, if you happen to see that black truck somewhere, I mean, let somebody know. Somebody stole that dude's vehicle, man. That's bullshit. 512-633-9580. Check them out online. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home. All right. All right.
All right, man. You want to play a game?
Let's play a game. Do I need to take my shirt off? You and I.
Only if you lose. Only if you get
the twinsies.
Huh?
You have yours on too.
Look at you. Huh? Look at you.
Look at us.
Did we plan it?
It's not even, man. We're just on the same wavelength, man.
On that same level. Oh, kind of like Chainsaw and Dave. We share the same brain.
Dude, I love that movie.
That is great. For those of you guys that don't know what we're talking about, Rodney referenced summer school. And I'm not bullshitting. I probably think of this movie at least once a week, right? Especially Christy Alley walking on the beach in that sweater.
Ooh, daddy. Man.
And I don't know, like it's probably the relationship he has with his dog. Mark Summers plays Mr. Shoop in the movie, and he's Wonder Mutt, right? I call all my dogs Wonder Mutt. Come here, Wonder Mutt. Let's go. It stuck with me. It resonated with me, and it's just one of those classic '80s movies that just have a lot of quotes, right? Like the dude that plays God, I forget his real name, but he plays the linebacker in the program or whatever. He's the guy that has to use the bathroom at the beginning of the camp or the beginning of the summer school, and comes back at the last day and then passes the test. He scores the highest on it.
He's out there in the Cougars. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, that's also Wags. That's a very, very young Courtney Thorne Smith in that film. That was remember, she thought that she was Mr. Shoop's girlfriend. Remember that?
That's right. She needed a place to stay with Mark. What a weird situation that was. But Christy Alley brings him back to life, being like, "Hey man, this is weird. You gotta
that dude.
Anyways, check it out if you haven't. That's our Friday shout out for the movies you got to see if you're taking a break from the sports. But check it out. You can always do it with an audio visual consultation television.
That's my favorite part. I need this hand free for the babes. remember the girl?
The hand for the babe.
The girl that was scared to drive.
Denise. I always wanted to be Larry. I wanted to go be a dancer. I wanted to be a male dancer.
Yeah,
my Aunt Edna. Jesus, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that is the great Mark Harmon in that one.
Mark Harmon, absolutely. All right, so let's play this game. Guess who? Okay, I have 11 touchdowns and 6 interceptions, and I guess for one more clue, I have my young team in somewhat of a threat to win the division. Who am I?
Let's see.
Those of you guys at home can play too, but you cannot use the aid of reference of Google.
Could this be the great Drake May?
No, it is not. That's a good guess. I'll give you 3 guesses, and then I have to.
Young team. All right.
You're very close. You're very close there. Drake May has 12 touchdowns.
Oh, okay.
Drake May's balling out. But
nice.
It was the 6 interceptions that kind of shocked me with this guy. Don't be looking at don't I see you looking. You're cheating.
No, I'm looking at my paper.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
You can say you're looking at your paper, but I know damn well you got your phone down there. Look at you. You.
It's over here. The young team is where I'm all thrown off because right now, as I'm sitting here trying to think about this, I know it ain't Tua. Young team. Could this be? Yeah, I'm with Jake. Could this be the dude from Carolina?
This is Bryce Young.
This is Bryce Young. Washed up Bryce Young.
Washed up Bryce Young has himself tied for 10th in terms of touchdowns in the NFL, but with 11 touchdowns, but also Rodney, 6 interceptions, only 6, which this guy, from last year or 2 years ago, this guy can't read a defense. He can't make it through his progressions.
Yeah.
He doesn't have time. He's never going to make it in the NFL. Are we starting to see a little bit of a turnaround with Bryce Young here? He's got a little bit of a running game. Well, I would say he's had a decent running game. Chuba Hubbard's pretty good, right? But I mean, now
Rico Dowdle,
and now in spell of Chuba Hubbard, you're seeing that they can officially pound the rock.
This, and I'm happy to see this because it was maybe this guy, maybe it took that benching. Remember they benched his ass, and he was good at the end of last year, and Carolina's kind of put themselves in. Oh hell, they beat Dallas, right? I mean, that's not saying much.
I think the turn, or maybe just the epiphany, or I guess the light bulb going off, whatever analogy you want to use, it's just simplifying the offense, right?
Yes.
Like and I keep going back to this, is how much of a pro offense do these quarterbacks see in college, right? Or is it gimmick offenses that they're running in college, right? That are going to scheme open wide receivers instead of, allowing quarterbacks to go through their progressions or reads. I haven't really seen too many quarterbacks like Quinn Ewers in college that were able to get themselves out of a bad situation or bad. Now, that hasn't exactly came into fruition for Quinn or worked himself into a professional set for Quinn just yet.
Well, not yet.
I'm not
he
saying
hadn't really had a chance. Yeah.
Right. But I'm not saying, my point is, I'm not saying that transcends automatically to from college to professional football. Right.
Yeah. And Wags, that's where I think that's one of the things with Texas, to where it's like, I mean, with Sark's offense, you've got this open Encyclopedia Britannica of all these different things he likes to do. You can't do that right now, right? So simplify this. That's a great call by you. And that's exactly what Carolina has done. They've made this offense more efficient for their leader, and the dude's in command right now. So, man, that's wow, 6 interceptions.
That was the shocking thing, right? The 6 interceptions. All right, who am I?
All right,
I've thrown for 1,270 yards. I have 14 touchdowns and only 5 interceptions.
Is this the man we were talking about? Is this Sam Darnold?
No.
Very
good guess.
Along the same lines, is it our man Baker Mayfield?
No. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Now I'm probably throwing you off. That's 2 guesses now. You only get one more.
One more.
If you lose, you got to take your shirt off.
I'm not going to do that.
You brought it. You can't.
Please,
you can't offer it up and then take it back.
Please tell me this isn't Aaron Rodgers.
You cheated. You looked at stat.
No.
I brought up the shirt and you cheated.
My phone's over here. Fine.
No, I'm joking. We don't want to see it. I'm joking. Rodney, put it back on.
So because Aaron Rodgers has been very.
Put your shirt back on, man. We're kidding. We're kidding. Mark the tape. 10 of Rodney keeps the hat light. Look at that tattoo, screaming eagle. Put your shirt on. You're making me blush. I'm getting red.
Shirts and Skins. Wasn't that a show somewhere?
In your mind.
Oh my God.
In your mind. Shirts and Skins, it might have been. No, but Aaron Rodgers is playing his ass off. 14 touchdowns. And yet maybe, I'm not saying that we're seeing the MVP play out of Aaron Rodgers that we saw. Well, hell, 3 seasons. I mean, we keep saying that, right? But 3 seasons ago, or was it 4 seasons ago, where Rodgers was the MVP?
Yeah.
Right? Was it 4 or 3? It was either 3 or I can't remember.
And then he got hurt.
Anyways, it's not too far removed, right? So how far fetched is it to say that, maybe he did find the fountain of youth, or maybe something that he has cooking over there with Arthur Smith of all people is working here, man. Your thoughts?
Well, I think the thing about it is that so much of what we say Aaron Rodgers is washed up because we just don't like his antics and we don't like the shit that he says. But I mean, there's never really been a question.
That's a really good. I mean, I think we're tired of Aaron Rodgers, right?
Exactly. But you know what? I'm kind of getting over that because you look at him right now. The other day, did you see when his lineman tackled him, knocked his ass down, celebrating, and he gets up and he's looking at this dude like, you're about to get cut. You're about to get cut.
I did not see that. But God, yeah, dude, Aaron Rodgers probably doesn't want to be touched like that anymore.
Yeah,
right?
don't touch me. But I mean, but look, he's in a great system right here to where he's being utilized for what he has now, and I think that he's not being asked to do things that he can't do anymore. To where, like you talk about with Bryce Young, he's not being asked to do things that system is not capable of producing at this point. So people don't want to hear this. I think this is another great coaching job by Mike Tomlin for the people that want this dude run out of town.
Yeah, I don't know how you run this. Like, I don't know why people, and I get it. Like my dad has been trying to run Mike Tomlin out of Pittsburgh only to get him in to Baltimore. Right? My dad's a Ravens fan. Like loves the Ravens, but hates John Harbaugh for some like. He says, John, since 2000, and he always pulls this stat. Since 2011, John Harbaugh's been losing his ass off in close games. And that's the only stat he goes, and it's a telling stat. It's a good stat, right? But I mean, he has been trying, and he always says Tomlin wins. Tomlin wins in close margins. John Harbaugh loses in close margins. I want winners. To quote Mike Singletary, that's what my old man wants Mike Tomlin to come to Baltimore.
Dude, I love that coach. I've said it for the longest time. I'm like, I would be so afraid to play for that guy.
How do you not like him? Like, how do you go against his is great. He's had one mediocre season, right? Or maybe two, to where he's had, 2 wins to the better of the losing bracket.
It's all these experts that watch the NFL and they see all these piss poor teams and organizations that can't get their shit in one sock, and they're like, Tomlin needs to be fired. I'm like, why? And like you're talking about, I know that Baltimore's down right now, but look at the gauntlet that has been that division for the longest time. I mean, shit. But I think he's done a great job here with Aaron Rodgers, but that schedule's about to get tougher. Now, I will say that schedule is massively about to shift. So let's see if he can keep that up. I just got a message on Twitter.
One more.
Wags. I just got a message on Twitter that said that you pulled your shirt off like a woman who just got a new boob job.
Proud of him. Proud of those
thing?
puppies, baby. Proud of that is a thing that I have noticed. Like whenever an enhancement gets done, they want to show them. Like my wife's friends. She just loves to show them now, man.
Yeah, it's like those look great. Oh yeah, you want to see them?
I'm not supposed to be looking at that. Like it's just crazy. Anyways, one more and we'll move on to well, shit, we're kind of running out of time. We'll preview the matchup with the Longhorns and the Bulldogs here. But anyways, I've thrown 10 touchdowns. Don't be looking.
No, I'm not.
I have 1,790 yards, and I have my team playing at a very high caliber. I can't say what I was going to say, or else it'd be a dead giveaway.
How many touchdowns?
10. But only 3 interceptions.
10, only 3 interceptions. Let me process all of this here for a minute. I know it's not Shedeur Sanders. I know Dak's numbers are.
It's not Shedeur Sanders. It's definitely not Shedeur Sanders.
Is that Drake May?
No, it's not.
Okay,
close though.
There's one.
Drake May's actually got 12 touchdowns. I gave that away.
You told me that.
I gave that away. It is Indiana Jones. It's
Daniel
Jones. I was going to say that he's got his Colts as the number 1 team, or he's got his team as the number 1 team in the land. But yes, it is Daniel Jones. Just a surprising little weekend that we have going into it. Does Daniel Jones be able to keep his team on track going on, and the Colts continue to play fantastic football?
Dude, I think so. And I mean, this is a Sam Darnold thing to where it's like you put him in a good fit. I know I sound like a broken record on this thing, but it's like, man, and I think so much of this comes down to when you get in a better situation like that, because what did we talk about with the Colts where we thought that they were going to be bad? It was going to be like quarterback play. I mean, Richardson's going to be there, and we were like, Jones is coming in, but what the hell good is he going to do? Right. Yeah, he's gone in there, and he's added an element right there to where, and this is where I'm curious to see, like we talk about with Darnold, let's see how this season pans itself out. Do the Colts do what Minnesota did and let this dude get away? I mean, I think you got your guy. This is a young guy. And you know, the other part about it, Wags, and we can talk about this when we talk to Texas. What does Texas struggle to do? Run the ball. You got an all-pro back there running the ball. That sure as hell makes your life a hell of a lot easier when you're Danny Jones here with the Colts. Best story of the season for me is Daniel Jones at this point.
Yeah, no, it is. Of course, it sucks because if you're the Giants, or if you're a fan of the Giants, it just shows you how poorly your organization has been ran. But ultimately, you'd like to think that, hey, maybe with the new turn of the tape here and seeing the rookie sensations that something has been done, something different has been done. All right, let's get into this Longhorn and Bulldog breakdown here. The Bulldogs do not contest the run that well. Okay. If there's any type of vulnerability there, their secondary is pretty good. Okay. We've been struggling to throw the ball. We've also at times been struggling to run the hell. We've been struggling on offense. Let's just be real. We struggle to block. We struggle to run the ball. Is there a little bit of saving grace going into this week, hoping that the Longhorns can find a little bit of reprieve with as bad as the Bulldog defense is on run stoppage, that we can maybe have some saving grace and get another 100-yard production day from Trey Wisner like we saw in Oklahoma, or was that just an anomaly that we saw 2 weeks back?
Offensive line, man. Here we go, beating a dead horse. What do you get from your offensive line? And like we were talking about there with Buck, I'm concerned about the noise and the environment and penalties, where you put yourself. Can you get ahead of the chains? Right? Yeah. Shrink it down. Shrink this thing down. I'm glad you mentioned that. I keep telling you about this. So the Stampede podcast, which is Mac Brown, Vince Young, and Bob Ballou. Mac was talking about the thing came up about Sark giving up play calling. Take a listen to this, because remember, Mac called plays too at one point. Here's Mac on Sark letting somebody else maybe dumb that defense or dumb that off.
Because I know how to call them. So for Steve to change, number one, he has to feel like he's had enough and he's too busy with all the stuff.
Right.
With Texas football,
recruiting and NIL and revenue sharing and everything else that goes into it. That's just on the side. That's not to mention the football itself.
No, and this is a big monster. It's a huge deal to do all this. The second thing he's got to do is find somebody else that's as good as he is.
Yep.
And that's really, really hard to do. And then the third thing he's got to do, when you bring a guy in, you've got to let him do it. And that was really hard. It's hard for me when you hear him call a play on 3rd and 5 and you're thinking, Jesus Christ, that's awful. I wouldn't call that play. Well, you can't stop him because you got 15 seconds left and it's already to the quarterback. And
that's the biggest thing there. It's like, why does he give up play calling? Because he's going to second guess him. He's going to want to second guess him, and then he impedes, and like Max said, you don't have time. Then what are you going to do? Delay a game, burn a timeout?
Yeah, I just wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that comment, or I guess that soundbite to go there. Like, Jesus Christ, that's an awful call. You know what I mean? Like, I just wasn't. But I mean, yeah, that goes through your mind, though, right? It's just like the second guessing of a coach or the second guessing of your understudy, right?
Yeah. It's like in your regular work job. You know, when somebody replaces you in a position and you see them doing stuff, and it's like even though maybe you got demoted, you see the next guy do something, and you're like, well, that's stupid. Well, yeah, because what you were doing wasn't working. That's why she, whoever is doing that. So I just thought that's great for Matt.
Yeah,
right?
This is another point I wanted to bring up too. On the other side of the ball, Mississippi State only averages 4.3 yards. You know, so in terms of ground attack, so it's not exactly like they're beating down people on the ground and pound either. So I'm with Jake here. This should be a game. I know I picked 20. My prediction was 26 to 18. 26 to 18 is what I'm rolling out.
Yeah.
I feel good about this week. It's just the penalties, guys. And I do have a little bit of concern with Taff out. But of course, I think it's next guy. We should be able to have the succession and be able to fill in and not lose any type of speed or be able to fire on all cylinders. That's just how I feel.
Yeah, you've got a dude stepping into that spot that's played. I mean, you've got a guy that has had ample playing time there. I mean, this really is going to hone down into the offense, and this is where hopefully you get some sort of breakout game, because I know with and again, not to be looking ahead, but you need some offensive production. You need some positivity.
It's easy to look ahead though, right?
Yeah. You need something that's going to vault you into coming back home. I'm hoping that's something that factors into where, okay, we're coming back home. We got to show out on the road in a hostile environment. And this is where the hostile environment, I think, is such that X factor to where it's like, well, Mississippi State's not that good. They were projected to finish last in the SEC. Well, that doesn't matter, because like we said yesterday, Wags, you get the best from everybody when you're the burnt orange or you're rolling in when the icy white's there.
I think you get the best from everybody regardless, right?
Yeah.
Like week in and week out, you're most people's Super Bowl, especially for every team in Texas, you're most people's Super Bowl. When you get to a team in the SEC, this team hadn't won a game in the SEC. They would love to get their first one against the Texas Longhorns, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And surging Texas Longhorns stumbled against Kentucky.
And I think what you get right here with the offense, what I like to see them come out and do is find a couple of things that work and keep doing them until they don't work anymore, and quit going to the tool chest over and over. Like we're talking about, simplifying things just a little bit. You don't have the personnel, you don't have the experience. This quarterback is still learning, for crying out loud. We set these expectations of things that we think that he knew and was ready for. He hasn't played this competition before. And I don't care if it's the last place team in the SEC or the first place team in the SEC. These are good football teams. These are good football players.
No, I'm with you there too. But this could also like be one of the most ugliest games that we've seen on Saturday too, right? Like this. What Texas? Let me pull this stat up. I had this stat just a second ago. Yeah, Texas is 113th in the nation at allowing penalties, right? With averaging 66.3 yards. Okay, that's a game. That's penalty chunkage per game, right? And then Mississippi State, on the other hand, yeah, it's worse. It's absolutely, you can get worse than Texas, and Mississippi State's one of them. 130 worst in the nation here at allowing 74.6 penalty yards per game. So maybe that helps out. And here's the thing, knowing this stat and going into it, if there is a heavy lopsided dose of penalties against the Longhorns moving forward, like if there's 9 penalties, right, for the Longhorns, and there's only 2, right, for the Bulldogs in Starksville.
Yep.
I'm going to say Chauncey Billups and everybody's probably, tapping in and getting people into this mafia ring or something, because that's some bullshit, especially if you come off with a stat being 131 in the league, allowing 74 yards per game, and all of a sudden you just clean it up. Like, I'm not saying that happened from week to week, but with things that are coming to light now with SEC officials, with the spotlight on them for atrocious calls and maybe tampering, right? There, I think that narrative needs to be thrown out there. And that's what sucks. Double R, like once the questions and the second guessing is out there, it's already too late.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I've got this at 21-14 Texas, and I do have it as just an ugly, sloppy. I don't think weather is going to be an issue, but I just think that it's going to be which one of these offenses can generate plays, and I'm kind of the thought to where Texas
or not step on their own foot, right? Like not penalize themselves.
That's the thing. It's those intangibles again, and I think that this game is so important, Wags, because
no injury report yet.
Yeah, tomorrow is just such a pivotal day for me in the SEC with what Texas has coming up with Ole Miss at Oklahoma, Missouri at Vanderbilt, and A&M at LSU. I mean, dude, you're laying out a picnic right here. This is going to kind of set the stage for what you've got in the last month of the season, and you can't go limping into those top 20 matchups with getting beat by Mississippi State. And
I apologize. That Guess Who game went way too long. We didn't even get into the weekend games.
That was fun, dude. No, that was I like that, dude.
I just wanted to, it's that damn Monopoly game. It's McDonald's. I blame McDonald's.
Well, and you need to take care of yourself. Don't be eating that stuff every day.
I'm good, dude. I'm fine.
So why is it? Because I have to tell you that, and maybe it is because we have that new McDonald's over there by the house. Because seriously, guys, y'all,
there's a new China. It's not China. What is it? PF Chang.
Oh, is that over there?
Yes. It's right across the street.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Right
I don't ever look on it.
Yeah, dude. Like, we almost have like one of those super four corners, right? Now I can't exactly put Jack in the Crack as like a top tier.
Well, it's closed. They closed that down.
Oh, they did. What's going in there?
She's boarded up. I don't know what. They better disinfect that sumbitch before they do anything.
That's like Cockroach Motel over there, man.
You better call ABC Pest Control or somebody, because that sucker needs probably needs mold remediation in that son of a gun. That's yeesh.
All right. But, I'm sorry to interrupt you and throw you off. Where do you want to go next?
I think the guys are in the waiting room. I think we can bring the gentleman on.
Hey, gents, what's up?
How are we doing today?
Fantastic. You guys look great.
Trying. Hey, the Golden State Warriors are 2-0. I know no one cares about basketball just yet.
Double overtime.
Hey, no, we did. We tipped it off, man. Come on.
Double overtime.
We keep it honest. We keep it true here. Now we'll probably lose steam, Nick. Right? No, we'll after the first week, I'll probably go back into a lull and then come back on Christmas Day.
And rightfully so. Rightfully so. The NBA had an opportunity after the COVID season to start their year on Christmas moving forward, and they dropped the ball.
They did. Yeah, no, I know. But also, like, I'm a Wizards fan. So, yeah, right. Like, that's your first.
You got Trey Johnson at least.
Okay.
He had a good debut.
No, yeah, but again, like, we know that whatever we have that's good, it's going away in 3 years. So it's never nothing. My only saving grace is that Durant can come back for his retirement year, and then he goes back and moves his mom back home, and they have their alumni at Montrose Christian Academy, and Maryland basketball is back and established. He should have never left Maryland anyways. But
so Nick, I'm in DFW now, and driving in yesterday, had to throw it on to the great crew over at 105.3 The Fan. Of course, they were breaking down the Mavericks and Spurs. I'm a Spurs fan, so obviously I liked it. But so I heard the guys talking about, well, we need to give it a couple of weeks and see what the Cooper Flag thing's going to do, running point and so forth. And I don't think not quite what if your defense is going to drive your team, which it's supposed to do for the Mavericks, not the start you wanted for Dallas.
No, not at all. And I think there's a lot of concerns about how they can consistently score the basketball with the team that they have assembled right now. And I saw there was a stat that Tim Cato had put out. It was their worst shot success rate in 7 years at any game, period. Not an opener or anything specific. I mean, you think about all those games that they had without Luka when Luka was hurt. You think about pre-Luka. I mean, there was some bad games. Not one of them was as bad as the opener as far as a shot success rate. So
it's not going to flow until Kai comes back, right? It's just not.
Yeah.
And you'd like to think that even with Russell on the bench too, like there has to be some type of organic one or an organic point guard on that team. But if you have to pivot and go with a rookie, guards, or I can't even call him a guard. He's a forward. He's a forward. He's just a winger, right? Like if you have to go with that, like Jason Kidd's got a lot of questions to fill, or more problems than just that question.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, he's a rookie. Let's say he was a point guard. Yeah. I mean, being able to navigate that kind of roster that the Spurs are starting to assemble, that's tough to do.
I guess you can call him a point forward, but still, I never even saw he's able to run the floor, but he's not just naturally or organically a guard. It's weird. It's wild.
I'll say this about Wemby though. Jeez.
Crazy, right? That.
And I said this the other day, like, standing next to Anthony Davis at the free throw line, and like Anthony Davis is a big dude, like that's a big man, right? Yeah. And right next to Wemby, he's just like he's a toddler.
He's a child.
And then I got thinking to myself, remember AD when AD first came in the league, how scrawny and how much, I guess wasn't really developed. His shoulders wasn't as broad or whatever. And then like year 3, he just started to get broad shoulders and put the weight on. What happens if Wemby does that shit?
And you think about it with Giannis too. Remember how lanky Giannis was?
Yeah, Giannis is a great bull.
Now he's this monster. If Wemby bulks up like that, oh my God. This league is over. This league is over.
It is. No one can stop him when he's near the cylinder. It's an automatic dunk, right? And then also if you put 3 guys on him, he's just going to step back, cook you with a spin move between his legs, and then hit a 3.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Well, and then he gets under the basket, and it's like bloop, just drops it in. It's like
it's like me on Jordan on pickup games that we have.
He
like me and 2K, baby.
He's already the best, most dominant player in the league. How much weight does
you have to foul him? You're right.
Like how much more weight does he have to put on? Yeah. And the craziest thing is like seeing his reverse dunks where he's driving like he's going to go for a layup, and he just puts his arm under with like jumping 2 inches off the ground.
Crazy.
Yeah. Crazy.
It's like he might make the NBA make 11 feet hoops or something,
Let me tell you, if they had figured out that he was a part of that whole FBI scandal, they would have Shohei Ohtani'd him real quick.
Oh my God.
Like, does he have an interpreter?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Hey, Shohei, he's out the country. Random timing.
Yeah. No doubt.
Random timing,
All right, hey boys.
All right, man.
We're gonna let you guys get to it, man. Have a great weekend. We'll enjoy the show.
Peace.
Welcome.
We'll see you. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Not beeping today. He brought the mic. Way to go, Nick.
Yep.
Way to go. That's what we
rocking
do.
And rolling.
We are going to start with some Cowboys-Broncos talk, and then we'll get into Texas-Mississippi State. Obviously want to talk about the FBI gambling investigation. What a story. Some Texas high school football talk. But Cowboys-Broncos, I know you've had several press conferences at the Star this week talking with players, coaches about the upcoming matchup. What is the main thing on your mind going into Sunday at Mile House Stadium?
Yeah, a lot of things on my mind, and maybe even more things on Saturday, if you will. But no, when we get into Denver and have some recreational fun. But nevertheless, going into the ball game, I'm excited for this one. I think it's an opportunity for the Cowboys to finally get a signature win. You know, you think about the 3 wins that they have on their tally right now: New York Giants, New York Jets, Washington Commanders. And all 3 of those starting quarterbacks that they faced in those games will most likely not be playing on Sunday. Russell Wilson has been benched. It looks like Justin Fields is getting benched, and Jaden Daniels is hurt and he won't play this Sunday. So you're basically playing against 3 teams who have moved on or have had to lose their quarterback at some point in those wins. So, you know, this is a signature win opportunity for the Cowboys going up against this Broncos team that has such a good defense on all 3 levels. You know, Nick Bonito is really starting to come alive as one of the better pass rushers in the NFL. He's putting together a Defensive Player of the Year candidacy. And then on the back end, you have Patrick Surtain, reigning Defensive Player of the Year, next to the Great White Hope and Riley Moss, who is allowing just a 37% completion percentage on throws that are targeting him. It's the best in the NFL for any defensive back. So, you know, it's going to take a perfect effort from this Dallas offense to be able to get through this Denver defense. And it starts up front with the guys that they have up front. It's not just Nick Bonito. It's also Jonathan Cooper. He's been able to generate pressure and get home on the quarterback. So I think that's really going to be, you know, where this matchup is won or lost, in my opinion. Now, granted, this Dallas defense is just not great still. Now they are coming off of a lot of positivity around that Washington game, and we'll see if they continue to keep those changes in place. You know, they ran more man coverage than any team in the NFL in Week 7. That was a major change coming out of the first 6 weeks. They ran more 5 and 6 man pressures than they did in the first 6 weeks of the season. It was allowing those guys to get home for 4 sacks on Mariota and Daniels. So, you know, do they keep those changes or do they go back to what they were beforehand? I don't know. Doesn't look like Trayvon Diggs is playing in this game once again after the mysterious concussion he suffered at home last week. But it's going to be a fun one. The environment is always crazy in Denver. I'm excited. It's going to be my first time there. And, you know, it's going to be a unique game. But the Cowboys have not beaten Denver since 1995. And they have not beaten the Denver in Denver since 1992. So it's going to be a big one if they're able to pull this one off, not only for this season, but for historical purposes.
How many times have they even played Denver since then?
Yeah, they play every 4 years. So I guess, you know, do the math there. I'm
5, 6, 7 times.
I think it's like 5, 6 times. Yeah.
Yeah. What about Jothorpe Barron? How's he doing? I didn't hear any mention about him from you.
Yeah, kind of plays in like a versatile role for them. They're starting outside corners are Riley Moss and Patrick Surtain, and Jahdae Barron kind of plays in this kind of rover type role for them, kind of similar to how he did his what would that have been? That would have been his junior year when he played in that rover kind of role.
Really, every year up until his final year, he was playing that nickel star role primarily.
Fair. And so, yeah, I mean, he's still a presence for them. But when you talk about their defensive back prowess, it starts with Surtain and Moss.
Yeah. Hey, did you see Dre Greenlaw last week?
I did. Yeah.
Is he? Yeah. I saw the NFL did something to him. They either fined him or suspended him. What's the penalty? Is he playing all 4 quarters?
Yeah, they suspended him for the entire game, so he will not be playing in this ball game.
And I saw the video, but he was just pissed off at the ref after and told him he beat his ass or something. Like, what?
Yeah, that's basically what it appeared to be. And he was going after one of the officials right after they had kicked the game-winning field goal, and he was just letting him hear it. And the ref threw a flag, but the game was over. And so he was like, and I guess they still got him for something.
Yeah, that was, man. I didn't realize this, but Dre Greenlaw has a lot of haters. A lot of people think he's like a dirty player or whatnot. I loved him on the 49ers. Never thought he was a dirty player. It sucked that he either tore his Achilles or ACL running onto the field in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it was tough.
And I mean, him and Fred Warner were a great duo. I think he was a 5th or 6th rounder out of Arkansas. And it's crazy because I'm forgetting the name of this coach. He's at Mizzou now. I believe he's their interior D-line coach. But it's a white, bald guy that's like jacked up like a bodybuilder. He used to be at Houston before Mizzou.
Okay.
And whenever Houston fired Holgerson, he took a Mizzou job. But that guy coached Dre Greenlaw in high school. And if I'm not mistaken, Dre Greenlaw had like a pretty bad upbringing where he lost both his parents, and by high school he was like living with his coach. And then he got hired on to Arkansas once Dre went to Arkansas. And then after Dre left, he took that job at Houston. And I keep forgetting his name, but a lot of guys really like him. If you remember the UH D-line transfer, Jamari Caldwell, that ended up at Oregon, he's now with the Chargers.
Yeah.
He actually would have stayed at Houston had they retained that coach. And I'm sorry, I keep keep blanking on his name, but shout out to Dre Greenlaw. He got him in college, and I mean, I'm sure that guy also in some way or form helped Dre Greenlaw get to college and make it as well. But
yeah,
I mean, that's big news that he isn't playing. So like Jade is kind of their third corner almost.
Yeah, he's not even like a starting nickel either. He just kind of he'll fill in nickel. You'll see him play a little safety. He doesn't really have a defined role, which honestly is a little concerning, given that he is a first-round pick. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Do you think he can play and like end up at safety long term for them, or do you think he's more corner and star through and through? I think he could start anywhere in the secondary. I think that's what made him such an appeal in the draft, is that he had that type of versatility, and they could move him around based on where they seem best fit for him.
Yeah, I was just curious because I mean, Riley Moss and Pat Surtain, it's like, when do you take those guys off the field?
Exactly. Yeah,
I can't think of the safeties they have off the top of my head either. But any notable injuries or guys missing this game from either team besides Greenlaw?
Well, they have your boy Talanoa Hufanga. If we're thinking about safeties,
man,
that's tough for you. Brandon Jones is their other starting safety. So we got to get the Denver Longhorns in there.
Former subject of Texas documentary, Brandon Jones. I mean,
yes. Brandon Jones, the Texas documentary subject.
Yeah, you should get in the Broncos post-game presser and ask about that. Weasel your way into the locker room like, hey, man, tough loss, but, how was shooting that Texas documentary with Ryan Browninger 10 years ago? How was that? You miss it? You miss those days? But, yeah, Nathan is correct. This is his name, Brian Early, the Dre Greenlaw coach at Arkansas, Houston, and I believe now Mizzou.
CB had asked about didn't Romo and Peyton Manning go toe to toe? It was 2013. Broncos won 51-48. Manning had 415 yards and Romo had like 506, I think. It was a banger. I remember that game very vividly, and it was a hell of a game. Peyton Manning had a rushing touchdown in that game.
I mean, he had to have faked him on an option or something.
He did. It was a nasty bootleg. Like, it was a dirty bootleg. And he just ran around, walked right into the end zone. I'll see if I can find the video and you can pull it up.
Yeah, I knew damn well there was no QB power in 2013 Peyton Manning. But injuries, any Cowboys guys that are out or other Broncos players?
No, Broncos are super healthy going into this one. They only had 2 guys on the injury report this week, and they both practiced in a full capacity yesterday. But 2 guys that are questionable or really 3 guys that are questionable going into this game. Trayvon Diggs, I'm not expecting him to play. Donovan Wilson is dealing with an elbow shoulder injury. If he cannot go, man, that's going to be really interesting to see how they deal with it, because they Didn't have Wanye Thomas last week. He was dealing with this nasty migraine. They're already down a starting safety in Malik Hooker, so they could be turning to an undrafted free agent, Elijah Clark, there if Donovan Wilson can't go. And then thirdly, Cooper Beebe, their center, they activated him, or they brought him onto their practice field this week. They're trying to activate him off IR going into this ball game, but it'll just be dependent on how much he practices today and tomorrow.
You said they've been running, or they, at least last week, they ran a lot of man more than at any point up to the season. If that trend continues Sunday, are they going to try to have someone kind of follow Cortland Sutton around the field, or do you think there's a specific player Dallas will like a matchup with Sutton just because he's a bigger guy that's really hard to defend?
No, they're not a travel team when it comes to putting a corner and having them travel with a receiver. But I would expect on the flip side of the ball, I would maybe expect Surtain to follow Pickens and then CD to get doubled. I mean, that's kind of the best strategy that you can take if you're Vance Joseph, defensive coordinator for the Broncos, is put your number one on their number two and then put two guys on their number one. And typically that can work out when you're going up against two really talented receivers in George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, man, I forgot J.K. Dobbins was even in the league / playing for the Broncos. Former number one running back in the country out of the Grange. I think I've told you this before. Lived in Giddings the entire time and should have went to Giddings.
That's crazy.
But was making the drive to LaGrange every day.
I just sent you that bootleg, and if you need time to pull it up, it's the Javonte Williams return game as well, because he's going back to Denver, where he had the first 4 seasons of his career, and now he returns as the second leading rusher in the NFL and having a career resurgence in Dallas. And we tried to poke him on it this week and tried to get him to say something, but he was taking the professional route and didn't give us any sound bites or any quotes. But there has to be some sort of chip on his shoulder coming into this ball game for sure.
You should ask him what he thinks about Sean Payton coming after Russell Wilson this week.
Oh, this is so great. This is good stuff right here. 3rd and goal, last minute of the half. You just think they're just going to hand it off. They have that big back in the backfield. I don't even know who that is. Oh, it's Noshawn Moreno. Oh, yeah. Where is he? And there goes Peyton Manning.
I hear Noshawn Moreno. I think of him crying during the national anthem still.
Yeah, with the
big ass
AI tears coming down his face.
Yeah.
That was so nasty.
Sark needs to put this in the playbook.
You just know there was one guy out there that had Peyton Manning on his fantasy team that got 6 points right there and just was going crazy. That was a hell of a day for Peyton Manning fantasy owners. He had the rushing touchdown, 4 passing touchdowns, and 415 yards.
I wonder what a prop bet would look like for just Peyton Manning over on half a rushing touchdown.
Oh my God. It would be plus 10,000.
Yeah. It's twice every 5 years, probably something like that.
Ask Terry Rozier.
Yeah. Did anyone bring up players, or were they asked about it in press conferences about, playing a mile above sea level and dealing with altitude? Do NFL teams have their players wear the masks or anything, altitude masks, to get adjusted during the week of practice before, or do they just kind of go out there and raw dog and hope for the best?
No, the big emphasis this week has been hydration and just being hydrated. They've had a few coaches that have coached there. Obviously, a couple players that have played there, Javonte Williams being one of them. And that's been the big point that they're trying to hammer on, is whatever your water intake is, just try to double that this week, and especially on game day. So hydration has just been the big thing. But, talking to some guys that have played there multiple times, or Javonte Williams' case, played there for 4 seasons, it's always whenever, you come back after a long time being away, it typically takes you about a quarter to get adjusted to it from an endurance standpoint, and then you're good. He's but even then, you're still able to run the offense and do what you need to do. So it's not something that is overblown, but I think it is something that the NFL and athletes have really started to get a handle on over the course of the last decade and a half. Because I grew up a TCU fan, and when they were in the Mountain West it didn't matter how good or how shitty Air Force was. You just knew it was going to be a dogfight every time that TCU had to go play Air Force because of that altitude and having to deal with that. And sure enough, every time they went up there, it was a dogfight. So I think there's just a lot more understanding and knowledge about how to deal with those things these days.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. Busting with the boys with Taylor Lewan, Will Compton, they always said, like, of the actual, 30 or 32 home stadiums in the NFL, the hardest place to play, not for the fans, but just the hardest place to play, weather altitude, was always Denver.
Yeah.
And the least favorite place, apparently, of everyone in the NFL to play is Mexico City, because it's like almost twice as high as Denver in terms of altitude.
Yeah.
And it's usually a pretty shitty field.
Yeah.
So they hate going to Mexico City, but Denver probably not too far behind. Any other things you want to hit on, Cowboys, Broncos, or NFL related before we get into some Texas, Mississippi State?
No, but I think Cowboys might be playing in Mexico City next year, so maybe this is a little bit of a preview of what that altitude will feel like.
Yeah. Hey, won't matter much for you. And Nathan said, coaches tell the players they're going to drug test on Monday. The NFL does not drug test for THC. It is not on the drug test panel, so
correct.
They're good to go. For what it's worth. And what up, Coach Top? All right, so Texas, Mississippi State, we are going to start. Oh, crap. I was going to pull up the injury report and then realized I still have to pull it up. Here we go. So it's the same as the Thursday night SEC injury report was the same as Wednesday for Texas. Nothing changed. Longhorns that are out, backup receiver Aaron Butler, All-American safety Mookie Taff, starting center Cole Hudson. It will be Hudson's second game in a row that he's missed. Probable CJ Baxter, C4, obviously starting running back, started as a true freshman 2023, missed all last year after he blew out his knee, and then played in 2 games before leaving the third game of the season versus UTEP on the first play of the game with the kind of aggravated hamstring injury. And then Xavier Filsaime, he safety nickel. He's been with the nickels most of the time this season, but they moved him to safety this week with Michael Taft set to be out at least until the Georgia game, possibly the Vanderbilt game, but probably the Georgia game is when he returns. So I do think Filsaime will be ready to go in Starkville. And again, he's listed as probable. And then you have Jonathan Cunningham, true freshman linebacker / safety / nickel. He spent time in all 3 of those rooms on like half the special teams units. So, the biggest guy, if they were to lose one of these probable guys to being out for the game, would be Baxter. I think Wisner, last week versus Kentucky was still banged up after the OU game. And I do think that is very much part of the reason why Steve Sarkisian kind of abandoned the run game, though I doubt he will ever mention that Wisner isn't 100%, and that's why they abandoned it in a press conference. And then for Mississippi State, they have 3 players out, same as yesterday. Will Whitson, starting D lineman, he's out for the entire year. This is probably their best player on the D line, and he's been out since week 2 or week 3. Brennan Smith, I believe he is a reserve lineman, and then Blake Steen, starting left tackle, that's been out the last few weeks. But even before he got hurt, they were kind of doing this weird. They have 4 offensive tackles that play, and the 2 starters obviously have a higher snap count, but it's not like they rotate drives or series almost. It's very strange, but I mean, Jeff Levy, it's his offense, and he does things like that. Questionable is their star running back, Fluff Bothwell, the South Alabama transfer.
It's a hell of a name.
Yeah, even if he doesn't play, their backup, Davon Booth, played versus Texas last year. And with all due respect to everyone in the Texas running back room, is probably better than them, or at least a better draft prospect, I'd say. And then Zachary Tillman, he's out for the first half. He got a targeting call at the end of their game versus Florida, so he has to miss the first half. And he is pretty much their best linebacker. And with him out the first half, expect former Longhorn, former Marlin Bulldog, Darian Gillette to get the start at back.
Hell yeah.
That is the injury report.
What is Taft dealing with?
He broke his thumb in the Kentucky game and got surgery on it on Monday.
That's right. Do you need a thumb to play safety?
What I'm curious about, I mean, like he's out this game. He cannot play versus Mississippi State, but this is arguably this game, and I mean he'll be back by the A&M game. But this game and the A&M game are like the worst games to not have your safety out because Jeff Levy wants to go down the field and take shots. Yeah. And it's not even just about having the talent to defend that. Like all of Mississippi State's offense is kind of based on how the Texas defense will line up. And I know that's kind of every offense, but with the veer and shoot and the way these receivers that rarely rotate and the way Blake Shapen is as a passer, like they're calling and adjusting everything based off how the defense is lined up. So when you play this team, you have to have different shells and looks you give them and then change it right after the ball is snapped. And that's a lot easier to do with Michael Taft telling guys how to do it and where to be than with Derek Williams, who never really has been in that, position. So it's a big game for Anthony Hill, Jelani McDonald, and communicating with the rest of the defense, Malik Muhammad too. But yeah, and I mean with Taft, like the reason I say the Vanderbilt game, that's next week. That's a week from tomorrow. And then they have a bye, and then they have Georgia and Athens. He can probably play versus Vandy, and if Vandy beats Mizzou, he probably should play versus Vandy. You can club that thing, So I don't know. He's a tough guy. He played through injuries at Westlake. Would not be surprised at all to see him return versus Vandy, but the timeline that is believed to be the most accurate or that he's on is for the Georgia game. So we will see. Yeah. And yeah, this is true. What Temple Brutus said, if Fluff Bothwell doesn't play, they only have Booth and backups. That'll force more pass plays perhaps. And Shapen toss a couple of interceptions. I took the over on 0.5 interceptions for Shapen. He's thrown like 6 in the last 5 games, thrown a pick in all 5 games except for 1. And he quite literally lost them the game versus Florida last week. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Like they were in field goal range. He threw an interception to a D lineman with no one around it.
Yeah.
It was horrible. And if you didn't see it, when all the Mississippi State fans got on his ass, Blake Shapen, who is in his 6th year of college and is 24 years old, went on his Instagram story and said, keep that same mother effing energy, and deleted it.
Brother.
Yeah. One of the reasons I've never been a Blake Shapen fan, and that goes back to when he was at Baylor. But
I will say, though, in that game against Florida, Anthony Evans and Brennan Thompson, for the second time this season, each had over 100 yards, and they can both fly. So speed is going to be on display. Levy's going to try to get those guys the ball in space.
Yeah, they can't get beat deep. I'm very curious how Texas is going to play it. Feels like, I've seen some fans get upset. My dad loses his mind over this about how the corners are 8 to 10 yards off the ball. Well, Texas has a great front 7. Teams are trying to get the ball out early so the QB isn't getting pressured or sacked. And it's better to be 8, 10 yards off to watch a slant and come and meet him, and there's no yards after the catch, than to whiff on a slant after you press him and then he runs 80 yards for a touchdown. Yeah. And that's going to matter versus guys like Brendan Thompson and Anthony Evans, who can go 80 yards for a touchdown anytime they touch the ball. So the Bendo don't break defense playing 8, 10 yards off, I think that's what we see. If it's a close game, they have success running the ball, that could change it. But the matchup I am most excited to see is PK versus Levy, Mississippi State offense versus Texas defense.
Yeah.
And with how poor Texas's offense has been playing, like that is the matchup. And as much as I hate to say it, they're probably going to need a defensive or non-offensive touchdown from special teams, or at least special teams or defense, to put them in the red zone like they did last week versus Kentucky. I'm going to just roll through some of these comments, questions, and we'll come back. Jake Bayless said Levy's done a pretty fine job there, all things considered. I think so. I mean, like you said, they've been competitive every game this year. Mississippi State is a hard place to recruit to. You have less money than Ole Miss. You have less money than pretty much the entire SEC. And all the guys you recruit there are either portal guys that weren't playing at other schools that you have to develop and figure out a way to work with them, like Brendan Thompson or Anthony Evans, or it's guys that have one specific really good trait out of high school, but not much else, not a very complete prospect, and that requires development. And unfortunately, usually they do that, and then those players end up in the portal because they want more money than Mississippi State is able to pay them. Look at Mario Craver. They lost 2 of their other best players on the team, 2 SEC teams in the portal. So it's a really hard job, one of the hardest jobs in the SEC, and I know the win-loss record won't reflect it, but I think Jeff Levy has done a really good job there, and I think a better job than I ever expected him to do. So, yeah, and Temple of Brutus asked about Wingo. He is playing, not on the injury report. He'll be good to go. What other stuff do we have here? Here's one from the Cowboys. Nathan said, Nick, I'm so injured at running back in fantasy. Please tell me Jaden Blue will be more involved.
No, do not go. Do not go with Jaden Blue. Do not go there. You can go a million other directions. Don't go that direction.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you what, you know who's pissing me off in fantasy right now, and it's by no fault of his own, but Justin Jefferson. I mean, can we just get a breathing life body at quarterback for the Vikings? He is killing me right now. My first 2 draft picks this year were Justin Jefferson and Brock Bowers. Jefferson doesn't have a quarterback, and Bowers can't stay healthy. Killing me right now.
Man, have you seen some of the discourse on J.J. McCarthy?
Yeah, it's been strange. It's been strange.
There's a doctor I follow on Twitter. He was the head team doctor for the San Diego Chargers then for like over 20 years. Yeah. He's done stuff in the NBA, MLB, and his deal on Twitter, he has like over 200,000 followers. When an injury happens live, he analyzes it, says what he thinks it is, and he's accurate most of the time. Or when press conferences and coach say, yeah, we're still working him back, this is the injury. He basically is like, this is total horseshit. Like, unless something has happened that has never happened before, he's been healthy for 2 weeks based off the timeline with this injury.
Yeah.
And for J.J. McCarthy, he is very confident and very adamant that he is not hurt at all and that it's a total, like, they're trying to protect him because the injury he has, he would already have been cleared by now and healthy to return. And also, it'll be a second week in a row as the third string emergency QB for the Vikings. That's what their coach has said, and that they're not going to play him unless the 2 starters get hurt because he's still hurt.
They played last night.
But you can't get approved to be the third string emergency QB unless you are cleared by the medical staff.
That is a true point. That is a true point.
So the Vikings are like hiding J.J. McCarthy, which I like. I was never a fan of his. I can't stand Michigan to begin with. I couldn't stand them before the Stallion stuff because one of my buddies is this annoying-ass Michigan fan. Never like McCarthy. I'm like, he has a noodle arm. You put him on any other team in college football that doesn't have the best run offense and the best O-line.
Yeah.
He's a jag, and that's it. He's just a guy. And at Minnesota, I think it's clear as day. He missed all year 1 and year 2. They do not want to play him. Will have very little trade value. And, what is the ceiling here? He's like a 6-foot unathletic QB that doesn't have a strong arm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, when you're that type of QB in the NFL, you have to be good at decision making. And he is not good at decision making.
I was never a fan. Like, I understood like the appeal around, hey, he's a winner. He's won everywhere he's gone. But I think he was a bus driver with a co-pilot.
Yeah. And it's not rocket science. Like, you have the best receiver in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not rocket science.
And CV, yes, Minnesota should have kept Darnold. Like, geez, man. I'm sure they're kicking themselves now. Making Jackson Smith and Jigba look like Justin Jefferson right now.
Yeah. Oh, Woodcrest said, Jordan, what was the other way A&M spends their money? You mentioned it yesterday. Should have worded this differently. But to my understanding, and talking with a few players I know at A&M, agents I know who rep players at A&M, the way they are – what do you –
Well, we got scandal going on here? What's going on?
Well, no. The way they split up their rev share and NIL is different. A lot of their older players are like on full rev share deals with no additional NIL money on the side. And then they have some players who have no rev share or NIL only, which is different because it's not guaranteed because not all those deals will get through the clearinghouse or they'll have to be tweaked. So that's the way they're doing it. But what I meant to say, they're approaching it differently. Texas, unless it's a QB recruit or a kid that is going to move up his timeline and commit early, 90% of the time they're waiting to discuss money until the kid is on campus for an official visit and he's sitting in Sark and or Brandon Harris's office. They always do it on OVs. A&M has been talking money with kids in 2027 for months. And, to be honest, I think Texas, they're always going to be behind A&M and Oklahoma in 27. or at least for whatever the junior class is. That's how it's been however many years in a row, where they're ahead on 25 and 24s. And then they get to January, they get to the spring of their junior years, and Texas really turns up the heat. They extend new offers. And I mean, like, each year, about half the kids that they sign don't even have an offer until like December of their junior year at the earliest. Khalil Lockett didn't get offered till December of his junior year. Cade Phillips didn't get offered till January of his junior year. Jonah Williams was an early offer they put out, but like you get the examples and points I'm trying to make. A&M, I just think I don't know if does a better job is the right word, but the A&M personnel and scouting staff will send out more offers, and they will send out earlier offers. And that matters, too, when you're talking money before the other school is, who is also later on offering and building a relationship with the kid. Like, that matters. And, you know, we've gotten further and further into the NIL era, and agents and different people around, you know, the inner workings of the sport have gotten more experience and, you know, just a better lay of how things actually work. There's always going to be kids that take the biggest offer, and they're going to the biggest offer no matter what. They have 3 schools they really like. They could see themselves at all 3 schools. Who's going to pay me the most? That's where I'm going. That will always be a thing. It's human nature. You want the most money. But more often than what had previously been, or how do I say this? What's happening more now than earlier in the NIL era is kids are taking less money because they like to fit at different places more. So, yes, Texas can still come in and money whip kids. Every school can still do that. But the rate and percentage of being able to money whip kids has gone down. And it makes sense. Like, if I've been talking to A&M a year longer than I've been talking to Texas, I've had an A&M offer a year longer than I've had a Texas offer. And they're telling me they're going to pay me $800K a year. In September of my junior season of high school, I'll get $800K a year. And Texas, they talked to me half as much. I had an offer a year after I had A&M, and they say, no, we don't do money till OVs. You're shooting yourself in the foot. You're going to be behind. And again, I think Texas is always behind, and they do a good job of, like, in the spring, building these relationships, extending new offers, and building the board. Like, Texas will not go in and fully focus on a class until January of their junior year, when the older class is signed and they're already moved in. But it feels like they're behind on a lot of 27s more than they tend to be with the junior class. And I just think it's a problem. Like, Nick, listen to this. A&M next month on November 15th is going to get a commitment from a 5-star corner in Baltimore, St. Francis.
Yeah.
They also lead for John Meredith, who is basically the Devin Sanchez of the 2027 class. I don't think he's as good as Devin, but Devin's the best high school DB prospect I've ever covered. Meredith is number 2. He's an elite prospect, truly, and an NFL player as long as he stays healthy. Meredith is probably committing to A&M. They lead for him. Doesn't have a clear timeline, but could very well commit by the end of the year. So that's 2 of, like, the 4 5-star corners in America. Jaquan Snell out of Waxahachie, probably Texas or Texas A&M. A lot of people like A&M. He also could be committing by the end of the year. He's a borderline 5-star. Yeah. They also lead for Landon Williams-Callis, the number 2 running back in the country, number 1 running back in the state. And those are 4 borderline 5-star players, 3 of them in state. The Texas is behind on pretty much all of them, or not in it for really all of them besides Jaquan Snell. So it's not good. And, you know, I'm not accusing A&M of this. I have not directly heard from a kid in the state of Texas or outside the state of Texas that they're paying players to commit and stay committed, because USC is doing that, and it's legal for USC to do for some kids. There's also other states that don't allow that. They're still doing it. A&M, again, I've yet to hear about it. I know USC is doing it, whether it's legal or not, but it would not surprise me if A&M's doing that. So it's like, oh, they'll flip him later. Well, it's harder to flip John Meredith if he's getting like $100,000 a month from A&M. That's what USC is paying kids, and Texas cannot flip those kids committed to USC. Yeah. So, and on top of this, like, if this continues, and I'm not trying to be negative and all this, but like, if Texas continues at the rate they're at and they look horrible on offense, as crazy as this sounds, the A&M offense is going to be more appealing, and they're probably going to go to the playoffs when Texas isn't.
Yeah.
So that will be very interesting. They're going to have a lot of draft picks in April like Texas will, and, you know, Texas had a window during the end of the Jimbo era, the beginning of the Elko era, to take advantage of in-state recruiting. I think they did to some degree, but they could have set this up where it would be more even or more competitive, and it has not been. A&M has been beating them early on in 27. So I think it's a problem. I don't know if Texas needs to redo the way they spend their money on the roster. I don't think that's it, but I think they need to start talking money earlier with kids and their families because other schools are doing it, and it is helping them win those recruitments. So
yeah,
going to be very interesting. But that is what I meant Woodcrest the other day. What other stuff do we have here? No, it was not Dr. Shin, to my knowledge, that did Michael Taft's thumb surgery.
Antoine said, it was like he messed up and it moved his timeline back by like 3 weeks.
I mean, that'd be something. You think Jim Nagy's got him on the take? Hey, FBI, I got another one for you. No, but Antoine said Baxter has missed 21 games and played in like 17. Stop blaming the lack of run game on him at this point. I'm not trying to blame it on him. I don't think I have. I just like, for Texas, the point I've tried to make with Baxter and his injury history, he's played in like 3 of Texas's last like 23 games.
Yeah.
And he only played 1 snap in one of those 3 games. Texas decided not to go in the portal for a running back because hey, Wiseman's coming back. He's the bell cow. And we have Baxter coming off injury. He should be good to go. And he got hurt again.
Yeah.
And Baxter has always been injury prone. He like limped off the field after every quarter as a freshman starting. So the point I've made about that is like Baxter should be welcome back to Texas next year. Same with Wisner. Very unlikely either of them leaves for the draft or gets drafted in April. Wisner has 1 year of eligibility after this year. Baxter has 2. But the point I've made is Texas cannot try to run it back with those 2 again. They can come back and they will be welcome back. You cannot put all your eggs into the CJ Baxter remaining healthy basket for the 2nd year in a row because the chances of him getting hurt again are high because he has been hurt a lot up to this point. That is the point I made. Could him being healthy help the run game? Assuredly. But, like, the run game being horrible, you can't just put it on his injury. So, like, I'm with you, Antoine. Just wanted to clarify the points I was trying to make. Do you remember this from Zach Calzada?
I don't remember that, but I believe it.
I think it was – what game did he post? It might have been after the App State game that they lost. He posted – on his Instagram story, they lost a game, and he threw like 2 or 3 picks, including the game-sealing pick for the other team. And he went on his Instagram story with a dark screen, and this is what he put there in white letters. Literally exactly like this, copied and pasted. And it was deleted in like 5 minutes, but A&M, I mean, they screenshotted it. It was all over Twitter. And the writing was on the wall for him to leave, and that's when he went to Auburn, I think.
Auburn from there should have been.
Yeah, he went to Auburn and then Incarnate Word, and then now he's at Kentucky and got benched.
Jeez.
Or is hurt. I forget. But he's in his final year. So Jake Bayless, Justin Field is pissing me off. He's supposed to be a garbage time god.
Yeah.
Trashy Lobster said Ole Miss beats Oklahoma. I took money line. It's in Norman. It's also supposed to rain.
Oof. Interesting.
But I took Ole Miss money line. It was like, I think like plus 180 or something. I was kind of surprised. I took it on like Monday, and I think it's gone up.
I don't know who the rain benefits more in that game. If it's Ole Miss because they actually have a ground game, or if it's Oklahoma because their defensive line is such a monster.
Yeah, I've thought about that a lot too. I'm not dealing with the over-unders, and the only player props I took from that are Mateer for a rushing touchdown.
Yeah.
Just because I think they're going to have to run him. I don't think Torrey Blaylock's the answer, for him to power them to a win. And they clearly don't trust Jade Knott, Taylor Tatum, or really anyone else in that room either.
That is unreal. That is ineptitude at its finest. That is DeMarco Murray needing to get absolutely shot to the moon.
Yeah, he stinks. Every year he's been at Oklahoma.
Taylor Tatum, and you can't get either of those guys on the field. Torrey Blaylock's your best option? There's no way. I'm sorry. There's no way.
He has to get fired for Oklahoma. Every year he's been there, Nick, his best running back, the most productive one, has been a true freshman.
That's awful.
So what does that tell you? They're getting worse.
Yeah.
Like what? And they're not – a lot of them get hurt too. That's worth bringing up, but I don't know. What other stuff here? Antoine said, did people really think Wingo was going to be better than Roy Williams, Jordan Shipley? I didn't. I thought Wingo was a great prospect out of high school, but I was not as high on him as other people in the Texas market. And Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams, and several others, Bryant Wesco, I thought were better. And Micah Hudson has not panned out. I think he still has time to turn it around, especially, if he stays in Lubbock. But I thought Micah Hudson was a better prospect than Wingo out of high school. He was more advanced. Wingo was more raw. He's a 6'2", 200-plus pound kid that ran fast, straight-line runner, but played in a very watered-down high school offense where he was kind of running like the same 3 routes. And, again, he was raw. There's a reason a lot of the time as a freshman when he touched the ball, it was passes where Quinn was literally dropping it in his lap on an end around. So, Wingo, I think the potential is up there with a lot of those guys, but the floor was lower just because he arrived, as a raw prospect that was more raw than Williams or Jeremiah, obviously. CB said, seems like Texas operates on a budget when they make a ton of money. It's just like I don't think people understand how hard it is to manage a roster like Texas is.
Yeah.
Because you have to play the players to get them to stay, which usually means raises. And a lot of times those players haven't really earned those raises, but you can't really replace them in the portal for the same price or the same talent. So you pay it and you're overpaying, but you have to keep the player there. And then on top of that, you have to go outbid Georgia's and Ohio State's and other people for portal players. We were paying over market value to get the player. So it's interesting. And, there are other recruitments, like Brandon Baker is an example. His recruitment was coming down to who's going to pay him the most. He found 4 schools. He was cool to go into all 4. And who's going to pay the most? Texas did. They stepped up to the plate and did. But his starting number didn't play as a freshman. As a sophomore, he's starting. The 5-star offensive tackle price, that's what he was paid last year to sit on the bench. It's what he's getting paid right now as a sophomore.
Yeah.
He's one of the guys you have to evaluate after the season. Is it worth paying him this much? Can we use this money in a better way? Not even on the O-line, but just in a better way. You have to be very efficient with how you do it. And also, I brought this example up before. The way the market has gone, it has made budgeting a roster, impossible. I don't think I've said the number before, but Colin Simmons, when he committed to Texas in August going into his senior year at Duncanville, I was told the number he had agreed to for his freshman year with Texas was $375.
Yeah.
And that was from someone very close to Simmons' side of the recruitment. I assume it went up between when he committed and that signing day period. But around his freshman year, where he was the Sean Alexander True Freshman of the Year, Texas was paying him about $400,000. Texas in 2025, which was the immediate recruiting cycle after Colin Simmons, I know of at least 4 or 5 players that are making 7 figures. And none of them are having the freshman year impact that Colin Simmons did. None of them are as good as him. None of them have the floor he had. None of them had the instant impact ability. But they had to pay the players that money because that is how much the market has gone up in just a year. And Colin Simmons, I assume he's easily in 7 figures. Dylan Stewart, his deal was 1.1. South Carolina blasted that all over the internet in November. Yeah. And Colin Simmons, on a lesser snap count, outproduced him in every single stat. And Colin Simmons' agent is David Mulugeta. He's an athlete's first guy.
Yeah.
All they have to do is, hey, whatever Stewart wants, put $100K on top. We'll come back.
Yeah.
That's what I assume happened. So just think about that. The impact Colin Simmons had for about $400K is about a third of what you have to pay now for a 5-star at the same position. And there's a 1-year difference. Now it's 2 years. So, managing that part of the roster is so hard because you have to get them not to talk to each other about their numbers too, or else you're constantly going to have meetings in your room about I need more money or I'm leaving, you really have to put up with a lot managing a roster and building out that roster and constructing it. So, yeah. Antoine said, should I visit Dirty Martin's or Matt's El Rancho? Dirty's. Not a Matt's El Rancho fan. Woodcrest said, what's the main reason why Texas has to go out of state so much? Not saying it's a bad thing, but just curious. I'll be honest. The 2026 class is pretty weak in Texas. 27 is really strong at the top. I don't think there's a ton of great depth. I thought 2025 was pretty strong in some positions, but very weak in others. there's some people that have, I guess, taken offense or been like, oh, they're going to piss off Texas high school coaches. They have to recruit in state more. No one in Texas high school football is getting pissed off that they're recruiting out of state too much, and I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest. I'd love for all 85 scholarship players to be native Texans from the Lone Star State, but that is never going to happen again in today's day and age of college football. So, yeah. What other stuff do we have here? Mateer has to run the ball 30 times. He's going to die. Yeah. OU completely whiffed on Ott. They did.
Yeah,
They did.
that's tough on Jaden Ott too, because he could have been a draft prospect coming out of Cal, but he decided to take the bag at OU.
Yeah. Woodcrest said, weren't Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons going to leave until Texas paid them more to come back? You are out of your mind if you ever thought Texas was going to let Anthony Hill or Colin Simmons walk.
Yeah.
Like, I never heard anything close about this. I never even checked in on this because Texas, like, they do whatever it takes to get players like that to stay. And 99% of the time, those players want to be there. It's a leverage play. The agent tells them, hey, make it act like you're leaving or blah, blah, blah. Like, take the team out of your social media bio. You know, these guys know how to play games. But there's no bone in my body or no thought that went through my head that throughout this year that ever thought Anthony Hill or Colin Simmons wasn't going to be back. Like, Colin Simmons is back next year. So, yeah. All right. Wanted to talk some of that gambling thing, but I don't think we're going to have enough time. I'm just going to fly through slate of college games and pick them like we do every Friday.
Yep, let's do it.
And then we will get out of here. Let's see. Ooh, North Texas going on the road to 1-6 Charlotte tonight. UNT 25.5 spread. Do they cover?
Look, they do not cover because this team is awful on the road. They will win. I'm not worried about that. Charlotte's in despair over there. I was actually talking to some University of Charlotte fans when I was out in Charlotte, just talking about their program, just because I'm an American Conference sicko. It's bad over there, but UNT's still going to
win. Cal, Virginia Tech. Cal is 5-2, VTech 2-5 with an interim coach. VTech is favored by 6.5 in Blacksburg.
Yeah, give me Cal.
Yeah, I like him there too. All right. Saturday at 11, Syracuse. LeJonte Cooks going into Atlanta playing number 7 Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech is a 16.5 favorite.
Wow. Yeah, give me Georgia Tech. Syracuse can't figure out their quarterback situation right now.
It's bad.
Yeah.
3 weeks in a row. Is it Kenny Minchie? Is he their guy?
Yeah. He was out, and then now it's Ricky Collins.
Oh yeah, well, I always get them confused, but 3 weeks in a row I've took the over on 0.5 interceptions for the Syracuse QB and made it.
Yeah.
Number 8 Ole Miss going on the road to number 13 OU. The line is OU minus 5.5. Total 51.5.
I think OU gets it done.
I don't know. Lane kind of needs this one to keep the momentum going for its Rays and other stuff. Number 16 Virginia at 2-4 North Carolina. Virginia only a 10.5 favorite.
I'm surprised Virginia's up to 16 in the country. That is crazy. Yeah, give me Virginia.
Hey, how about Chandler Morris, man?
How about him?
Did you see him call out that BS story from The Athletic?
No, I did not.
The Athletic put out this story where like an anonymous source at UNC said that back when the portal window was open, they're evaluating portal QBs, and they were like, we need this Chandler Morris cat from UNT. He's really good. And Michael Lombardi, who makes $1.5 million, makes over $100K more than the next highest paid GM in college football, over twice as much as him. He apparently said to UNC, quote, you guys have no idea what it takes to play quarterback in the National Football League. We need a guy like that. So they got Gio Lopez instead of Chandler Morris.
Yeah, that's tough.
Chandler was asked about it because the story went kind of viral, and he's like, yeah, I actually didn't even see this till this morning. Like a teammate sent it to me. I don't know what the hell that's about. I never talked to anyone from UNC. They never hit me up or talked to me. So
yeah,
I don't know.
It was pretty open and shut with Virginia because he was going to stay at UNT. UNT had a little bit of a bag for him. Whatever that bag looked like, and then they couldn't compete with what Virginia had, and it was over from there.
Yeah. And G5 banger, number 18, South Florida, going to Memphis to play the 6-1 Tigers. USF, 6.5 favorite.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, but give me USF.
Hey, Byron Brown.
Yeah. Yeah.
Northwestern Nebraska, we don't care. SMU going to Wake Forest. SMU minus 2.5.
SMU. I'm surprised the line's that close, though.
Yeah, Wake Forest is 4-2. I have no idea who they played. We got K-State at Kansas. Kansas is a 3.5 favorite.
Ooh, give me Kansas.
The 3-4 Auburn Hugh Freezes versus the 2-5 Arkansas Bobby Petrinos. Arkansas is a 3.5 favorite in Fayetteville.
Wow. Give me Auburn.
I'm not betting on that game at all. I don't know. It's like, who do I trust less? I don't know.
Yeah.
Number 4, Bama going on the road to South Carolina. Bama is an 11.5 favorite.
Bama.
Number 15, Mizzou, and number 10, Vandy. It's where College Game Day's at this week. Vandy is favored by 3.5 in Nashville.
Yeah, give me Vandy.
Yeah, I'd love to see them get a dub too. And I mean, if they roll into to Austin 7-1 and Texas gets a win, that's good for Texas's resume, especially if they can win on Saturday. Number 11, BYU going to Ames, Iowa. Every Longhorn's favorite place. Iowa State is 5-2 and is favored by 2.5.
Ooh, man. Give me BYU.
Number 23, Illinois, going out west to play the 5-2 Washington Huskies. Washington is a 4.5 favorite.
Illinois.
Yeah. I don't know. That'll be a good one, though. I didn't bet on that one either. I don't have any confidence. Wow, there's some stinkers in the afternoon window. Do we think Tech covers 36.5 versus Oklahoma State in Lubbock?
If Will Hammond's at quarterback and he played like he did last week, probably not. He disappointed me, man. He disappointed me, man. I've been saying all year that I think Will Hammond's better than Baron Morton, and he did not live up to the hype against Arizona State.
Dude, he's been great in every time he's played for Tech outside of that game, but that was the only full game experience. It was, I mean, he still almost won the game for them at the end, which is nuts. But sneaky banger, Baylor 4-3 going to number 21 ranked Cincy, who's 6-1. Cincy favored by 3.5. The total is 66.5.
Give me Baylor.
Shit. Sawyer Robertson, take the over on attempts. You can hit that like every week almost. I've done it several times this year. Number 22, Texas, going on the road to 4-3 Mississippi State, who's 0-3 in SEC play, has not won an SEC game since 2023. Texas is favored by 6.5. The total is 46.5 in Starkville. Who you got?
I have the under first and foremost. I'm taking Mississippi State here, man. I am.
Damn. Everyone heard that, just saying. Geez. Man, there's some bad games this week. Do we think Stanford has any shot to upset Miami?
No, not at all.
Miami's 28.5 favorites. They're wearing those ugly-ass camo uniforms, too. You see those?
No, I did not. I don't care to see them either.
They're some of the worst ones. The Carson Beck jokes have been hilarious. A big one down in Baton Rouge, number 3, A&M, who's undefeated at 7-0, versus number 20, LSU, who's 5-2, 2-2 in SEC play. A&M favored by 2.5. The total is 49.5.
I think LSU gets this one done. I'm going to take the Tigers. Go Tigers.
Would love to see it. Number 25, Michigan at 3-4, Michigan State. Michigan's favored by 14.5. It is a night game in East Lansing.
Yeah, I'm with Jake Bayless here. I smell an upset as well. Give me the Sparty. Why not?
I love it. Number 17, Tennessee, who's 5-2, on the road at night in Lexington versus the 2-4 Kentucky Wildcats. Tennessee is favored by 8.5, but like Texas saw, playing in Lexington at night is not easy.
Yeah, Tennessee.
I'm excited for this one. 7 p.m. kick. 6-1 Houston going out to the desert to play number 24 Arizona State. Arizona State, 7.5 favorites.
Arizona State. I think the clown show finally gets exposed. That's the most fraudulent 6-1 team that's ever existed.
I didn't know Willie Fritz had haters.
Oh, that is the most fraudulent 6-1 team ever. Like, they have had a cakewalk through the first 7 weeks. And the one game that they had to play, they got stomped on. Like, God, no. They're going to finish like 7-5.
You're not a fan of give me my shoe, bruh, at quarterback?
Give me my shoe,
Give me my shoe, bruh. Give me my shoe, bruh. All right, last one. 3-4 Colorado going on the road. 5-2 Utah. It is a 9:15 Central kick. Utah's favored by 13.5.
Give me Utah.
Yeah.
I'm very disappointed Colorado's not playing at home this weekend because I wanted to go to Folsom Field, but
it is a dope place.
Yeah.
I've been there for one game. It's when Khalil Tate broke the quarterback rushing record.
Fascinating.
And Arizona and Kevin Sumlin beat the shit out of Colorado, whose only NFL player was Philip Lindsay. By the way, I am like one of 10 people on this earth who owned Colorado football gear before Deion Sanders went there.
Yeah.
Just saying. Been there from the jump. These dudes don't know nothing about Philip Lindsay. They don't know shit, you know. But all right, we're gonna get out of here. Anything else you want to end this on? I know you got to run.
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, up next, SEC Unfiltered previews every SEC game coming up tomorrow, including Texas, Mississippi State. We're going to get out of here, but we will see you on Monday. We're going to end the stream. It will resume at 2, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream, and you will catch Chip and Zay. Y'all have a great weekend, and hey, hopefully we got a happy Monday after a Horns W. See you. And